Hey everyone, so just as a forward, I've decided to go in the middle as far as the amount of editing I'm doing from the first episodes compared to the last episode, so I'll be taking out all of the big stuff that is annoying, but I'm not going to be going through and editing every single little conversation, so I'm going to try to find a happy middle ground there. Alright, I hope you enjoy the rest of this episode. Shall we go ahead and start proper then?
Bye.
Let's quest.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it. Get some help.
So if you guys remember from last time, we ended off with Hoblog and just about to go down into the first layer. You guys had just had a delicious breakfast once again with Tom's parents, John and Don, and you're meeting Hoblog out near the entrance to the first layer, kind of where June was. So he was going to meet you there. You guys are out here for your blue whistle test. That consists of going down to the secret camp, spending the night and chilling out for a couple days, depending on how long the trip takes, and then come back up, and you guys will be blue whistles.
Surely nothing will go wrong.
So for the sake of the podcast, I'm going to add in the fact that Gil does have the new Salisbury shield, which is a modified version of the Harbinger's halberd that makes it so Gil can actually use it since he only has one hand. Which
No, it is not affiliated with the Harbinger's halberd in any way.
Oh, okay. So, Hoblog is waiting for you, and do you guys just, like, roll up?
Roll up. We own the place.
No reason not to.
Cool. Are you guys leaving, like, right around daybreak, just like you had for the past couple times?
I would have gotten there whenever Hoblog told us to be there.
Yeah, he's an early riser.
What was the conversation?
Just to meet him outside the abyss entrance, like in the town, and he would meet you there. I don't think we actually had a specific conversation on where you guys were going to meet. Just that he would like go down the next day, but we'll just say he said that.
Okay. Yeah. Just like Dizini said, we will be there on time.
Cool. All right. So he greets you guys and says, "Hello, you three. I hope you are interested in going down to the second layer. How are you guys feeling this morning?"
I'm ready to go. I like do a couple like fist pumps in the air.
Same.
Yeah, I'm ready
Not
to...
the fist pumps.
Let's try to make this our first trip down there where we don't almost die.
No guarantees, but...
Well, now you just jinxed us. Thanks, Gil.
Yeah, come on, Gil.
Don't worry, I have my fingers crossed behind my back, and I hold up my stump.
Alrighty then, let's go. So you guys march off, and you actually see when you go through the entrance to the abyss where June is, you can see Katie and Kathy there, just chilling out, talking with June. They're going down for what appears to be just another regular cave raid, and they see you guys rolling up, and Katie, who is the... Hold on, let me look real quick. I need to make sure. I always get
them. Is not enthusiastic. Kathy is.
Yes. Okay. So Kathy says to you guys, "Oh, hey, you guys. How are you doing? It's been about a week since we saw you guys last."
Hi.
Yes,
you guys.
It has.
Are you gonna be more careful down there now? From now on, Kathy?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be fine. Don't worry about us. I heard you guys have been doing some really cool stuff. I heard a few rumors that you found some big new cave system. And June pipes in and is like, "Hey, y'all, yeah, I heard that you had some big adventures down there."
Aren't there always big adventures in the abyss?
Damn straight.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I think we found a little bit more than we were looking for down there, but we're all alive.
Well, I hope you three find some more blessings down there and stay safe. Try not to do anything too dangerous.
Hey, June, you feeling all right? You used to have like a little bit of a southern drawl. It kind of brought me some comfort, but...
It was an affectation, I think.
Well, hold on. Let me...
What's the difference between
Howdy,
an affectation
y'all.
and an accent?
Affectation is just something you put on.
I'm trying to do a southern accent, y'all, but I'm really bad at doing accents, so...
Why are you 80?
Yeah,
Because
now it
I'm...
just sounds like you're mocking me.
Oh, no. Well, we'll just say that she is actually sounding southern, and Nick Potter, the real person, isn't a fuckwad.
I'll agree to one of those.
All right. Kathy chimes in. He's like, "Oh, can we? We'll actually stick with you guys on the main path. We're only going about 200 meters down this time, and then we'll branch off from you guys."
Sounds good.
Cool. And they bid June farewell, and they just kind of walk with you guys for a bit. Is there anything you want to say to them before they branch off? You're gonna get to that point like very quickly.
No, bitch, I don't know them.
I remember last time Ahi was so interested in that artifact that Kathy had found.
Well,
would
unless
not
she
even let it go.
unless she has like it on her, I'm gonna assume that she turned it in.
She does not have it on her. That you can tell.
I shake her down, pat her down. No,
Oh,
no. Like, she's interested in artifacts, but she's not autistic.
All right. So you guys get to that point, and they bid you farewell, and then you guys continue on. So along the way, you guys are just kind of like walking and talking. It's on the main path, so you got a ways to go. So Hoblog chimes in and says, "So I'm kind of curious. You guys seem to have a bit of an interest to Ozen. She seems to be kind of taken by you three, and she personally requested me to bring you guys down. You have any idea why?"
I could ask you the same thing. Why you specifically?
Well, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am one of the best black whistles around, and one thing she did mention is that they've run into a few of those foreign bastards coming in and are...
God damn.
Yeah, I know, and they're attacking some of our raiders down there, so it's apparently a little bit dangerous.
No, I mean, goddamn is like, I'm one of them foreign bastards.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's foreigners, right, guys?
Foreigners, am I right?
Let me rephrase that. The bastards who don't go through the proper channels and are stealing shit from us proper raiders, and he, like, holds his whistle.
I know, I'm just busting your chops, buddy. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any specific reports yet, but I have heard that they're kind of rummaging around down there, I'd say. So she requested me to come down and make sure that you guys make it down in one piece. So, yeah.
Well, that's nice of her.
Yeah.
No, that's a lady with a heart of gold right there. Maybe even literally. I actually don't know what artifacts she has.
Yeah,
I am visibly nervous to see Ozen again.
She's a bit of a mysterious one, isn't she?
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Oh, she's definitely cool. Just a little, frightening.
Yeah, of course you think she's cool. You're like her favorite, Ahi.
Stop.
Oh, that's right. Didn't Ahi go, like, have a secret conversation with Ozen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did.
Remind me, did you tell us what she said?
No.
Okay.
Ahi did not, specifically because Ozen requested that, and I think Ahi would respect those wishes.
I mean, you the human beings, players, overheard what she said, but
Yeah.
your characters don't know.
Yeah. Ahi, you gonna tell us what she said, or are you still keeping that a secret?
I mean, would you?
That's an excellent point. Well put. No, I would not, if that would answer your question.
No, I assume.
Hey, Hoblog, you heard anything about that cave that we were down in last time? They sent anyone down there?
The last thing that I heard, they were putting together a more thorough search party to go down there. I heard about that whole skull thing that you guys were talking about at that meeting, and yeah, they wanted to have some more experienced people going down there, maybe have a couple artifacts that could deal with such a thing. I'm not sure what the plan is to do with it yet, but if they bring it back up to the city, I imagine it's going to be heavily quarantined for now. What I find most interesting is that whole society down there. That's a pretty crazy find. We've seen some of the smaller structures in the first layer, but most of the big places are down in the deeper recesses. So finding something like that in the first layer, that's real interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The praying people, they've been seen in other places, right? That's not a new...
Yeah, they're like all over the abyss.
Okay. I still want to know what's up with those praying people.
Yeah, we haven't really fully figured that out yet, so we're hoping that this find is going to help us, like, find out new information and lead us in the right direction. So, it's a good job that you guys found that down there. And I heard your notes were very detailed, Tom. You did a good job with that.
I'm, like, glowing. Thank you, sir. Remind me, I know we went to the leather people to get my glove. Did I actually get it? Or did
Yes.
you say that's going to take time?
I remember distinctly that you were massively overcharged for it. You ended up spending like the equivalent of like $1,500 on them.
It was five gold. It was a $500 very
$500 glove.
Okay, let's say this. Let's
it was
say
a full
I
bracer that went up to her elbow.
On my hand, it's just like little nubbins. So let's say I had them put in like fake fingers. So when I wear it, it just looks like a hand. And that would justify the cost. How about that?
It's also if you were to go to like a leather worker, like in real life, and have them make a pristine, high quality leather that is perfectly matched to your hand, I bet it would cost like $500.
And also, it's not like these, like, cows for leather, just, like, in a field. You gotta go down into a hole for them.
Was it abyss leather? From abyss cows?
Where else are the cows gonna live?
Well, they can import leather, yeah.
Okay, we'll get that fancy imported leather. That's not cheap either.
Exactly. $500. Take it or leave it, Tom. And he said yes.
Yeah, that's okay. But can we make that canon that when I wear it, it just looks like a regular hand?
Yeah. It might be I was going to say it might be a little bit thicker than, like, what a normal glove would feel like. Just because, one, it goes all the way up to almost to your elbow, to cover all of the fur. But, it looks pretty normal, yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, it's easy to drop $500 on a glove if you're filled with white privilege.
God, Gil.
I look at Gil's orange skin. Wait, weren't you white under there at one point?
Yeah, but I'm more of like a burnt umber now.
Gee, why you gotta attack me?
Face.
Jesus Christ.
God.
Why are we turning on each other like this?
Oh, well, I did find this ring down there. It's been making me mad ever since I've been wearing it, but... Alright, Liz, you want to get back to it?
It was the locket. Alright, have onward and downward.
Alright, so, I'll just say that you guys I imagine that Tom would actually be very interested in just like chatting with Hobblog because he has such a connection to Rico.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you just say like, we don't have to act out everything, but maybe you guys are just kind of like chatting about old times and stuff like that. Because, it's going to take a while to get all the way down. And at least for this pathway, like so you go down the path. There's the main path that goes all the way down to where the elevator is, that 600-meter elevator, and you go past that, and it's still pretty well traveled all the way down to essentially the entrance of the second layer. And just as some background, the second layer isn't just the inverted forest. It's actually quite a bit above that, where it's still a steep slope, but it just gets like very heavily forested along the way until it reaches that like big flat part before it actually flips upside down. So let's just say you guys get to what is essentially the edge of that, and you really haven't been that far away from it before. I think you guys have been down like 800 meters. So the edge to the second layer is around 1350. So it's not that much further. And you guys are greeted with the sights of a massive, massive forest that seems to be stretching as far as the eye can see. And there's also a bit of fog that is consuming the area, so you can't see super far, but you can still see what appears to be that platform before it flips to the inverted forest portion of it. So you can imagine just like a giant forested landscape before you. Do you guys have any specific reaction to that?
Just awe and wonder.
Taking it in.
Yeah, probably about the same, because Gil never really goes like inland to where there would be a lot of forests.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as he knows, they might all be upside down like this.
That's an excellent point.
They might all be what?
Upside down. That is not an excellent point.
No, like we don't know when the last time Gil was like on land, outside of here.
And keep in mind, you guys can't see the inverted part yet. So right now, it just looks like a giant forest here. Yeah, this is actually from the art book. So yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at right now.
That's pretty awesome.
Hell yeah.
Gil, you ever see anything like that where you're from?
Not at all. I mean, I hate the hole a lot, but it's got little moments of beauty, I guess.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, along the way, you guys actually also passed these guys, the big giant updraft catchers, as they call them, something like that. They're basically horizontal windmills that catch updrafts that you guys have probably read in the past. I'm not sure about you, Gil, but Ahi and Tom, you probably would know that these were used to essentially capture energy from the abyss by the ancient civilizations. So,
in what form? Do we know how it captured energy?
It's literally just a windmill that catches updrafts. So it like spins around in the breeze.
Did they have electricity?
I'm going to say right now that you specifically are not 100% sure of that, because to me, like, they never really go into the abyss, like what technologies the ancient people had, like, specifically. Yeah, gotcha. So I'm going to leave that.
How much you should know or not know, you know?
Right. So I'm going to leave that as a vague, I don't really know, and he, by extension, would not really know at this point.
Cool.
But yeah, so those structures are actually kind of looming above you at this point. So the main path kind of just goes by them. They stick out like super far away from the center, or I'm sorry, from the edge of the walls towards the center. So like to actually go out and see the fans, you'd actually have to walk like a pretty big distance along those like little fingers.
All right, Hoblog. So how exactly does this work? Do you like lead the way, or do we trudge on and you just keep an eye on us?
So we're still following the main path for now. So it's actually not too difficult to keep following the main path. It's pretty well laid out, even all the way to the inverted forest. But this is kind of just a test to make sure that you guys can handle the curse of the abyss. Before we actually get to the seeker camp, we're going to be going up a little bit, so you guys are going to be hit with the strain of the second layer. And 2, we're going to make sure that you guys can actually navigate these areas, because there are going to be some pretty difficult places to get around. And I'm not going to really help you with that part specifically. If any creatures come in and try to kill you, I'll fend them off for you. But I'm also trying to get an idea of how well I think you could fend yourselves off. I know it's dangerous down here, but we want to make sure that anyone that is going to be down here isn't just going to immediately get themselves killed. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
We've been pretty good at not dying so far.
Yeah, I've heard you guys have done a pretty good job at that, so let's keep it that way.
Hey, in the interest of being as survivable as possible, what kind of gear are you working with, just so we know what to expect?
Well, I can't be expected to give you all of my secrets, but for now, I will let you know that I have some artifacts that let me go very fast and will help me reduce most of the full damage that I would encounter, if you will. And my main weapon of choice, and he actually reaches behind his back, and he's wearing a big backpack, just like you guys would be, the raiding backpacks, and you can see like a little metal rod kind of like sticking out from in between the backpack and his actual back. And he grabs that and whips it out. And you can see a hammer that he flips a switch on it, and it basically just grows in size to be a big mallet. And you can also see a button on that. And he's like, so this hammer, I actually, I have a pretty big fondness for it because it reminds me of Liza a bit, and I'll show you why. And he presses
Stop. Hammer time?
God damn it.
You piece of shit.
Hell yeah, it's hammer time. And he presses that button on it, and a big jet of flame spews from the end of the hammer and probably goes like 20 or 30 feet away from it. And he goes on and says, it doesn't quite explode like the Blaze Reap did, but it's pretty good at fending off most creatures. It gives me something to hit people with at range, which is pretty darn useful to have down here. And lots of creatures are scared of fire. I mean, that's pretty consistent anywhere you go in the world. Oh, it's that's kind of what I'm packing for now.
Whoa.
That is so cool.
I appreciate the cool wow factor. As you guys get further in along the main path, you encounter what appears to be a forest of giant, like, lily pad-esque things. They almost look like giant fern leaves, or just lily pads that are sticking up in the air. So that's another thing that you guys probably haven't like seen before ever in your life. This is something that doesn't really appear in the natural world. So
yeah, how big are those leaves?
It's like probably 5 meters in diameter. They're they're like essentially the size of a tree, except the tree branch part is replaced by a lily pad-esque thing. So, and actually, along the way, as you guys are going, you run into a couple other parties that seem like they're coming up on just their way back up to Orth from their own expeditions. And you can tell they appear to be someone that Hobog recognizes. They stop and chat for a little bit, and let's say you run across like 2 or 3 groups of people, and yeah, just because this is the main path that you guys are going along. Is there anything that you would say to any of these parties that are passing by you?
Just the usual, hello, how are you?
Okay.
I would give him a polite nod.
Mm-hmm. They see that you guys are red whistles and are like excited for you guys to like go on to the seeker camp because they know this is your first time going into the second layer. So, yeah. So as you guys are going along in the forest, you do run across a few creatures that do seem hostile, but Hoblog just like fends them off pretty much immediately. Like as soon as he sees anything that might be a little bit dangerous, he like just sprays fire in the direction and whatever creatures that are around you, at least in this forested area that's like, you know, dense. So you, like it's not like a big wide open plain or anything. Like you can only see so far in front of you. It basically fends off any larger dangerous creatures away from you guys. But in addition to,
you know, you can ask us to give you a hand if you like. I mean, I know you have it under control, but if you want to, you know, test us or whatever, we don't mind.
Yeah. and he like it's like offers for you guys to like take care of it first if you want. But yeah, that's he's just like, I guess just naturally inclined to do that because you kind of get the idea that he probably hasn't done like a test, like a blue whistle test in a long time, because he is like way more experienced than someone needs to be giving a blue whistle test. So well, like when you get down to the deeper recesses, like it doesn't matter like if it's a test or not. Like if you see dangerous shit coming towards you, you like immediately respond to it because you don't like it could be anything. So he is kind of responding in that same way. And when you bring that up, he is like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. This is just kind of my natural reaction. So I'll let you guys take over anything that you want.
I mean, fair. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, if you're having a good time, you know, you do you. But don't be giving us a failing grade just because we didn't help.
Like, oh, you know what? You know what? For the next few hundred meters, I'm gonna leave it all to you.
Damn it, Ahi.
And after a little bit of marching on, you come across a little fox-looking thing, and it comes up and like
sniffs you instantly.
No.
No, just kidding. It's only a game.
And it like kind of sniffs you guys. Oh, what's that?
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, you can tell that like because this is the main path, like some of the more docile creatures have become a little bit more accustomed to people, and you get the idea that maybe some people even like feed them a little bit so that they like kind of come to greet them. And in this case, this fox-like thing comes up and is kind of like sitting on the edge of the path, eyeing you guys curiously.
Tom, what is that?
Make up a name, Morgan. Give me something.
It doesn't have a real name.
I don't know. I thought it'd be fun for you to make up a name.
Oh.
You're the animal expert.
Vulpix.
Dick pics.
They're oh god, it's hard to come up with something on the spot.
Yeah, tell me about it. The plight of a DM.
They're ground foxes. I don't know.
Ground fox.
It's not very exciting.
Morgan, I don't want to tell you that I'm disappointed in you, but I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, the names for these things down here just get crazy, don't they?
Alright, I'm sorry. It's a Vulpix.
Oh, that sounds exotic and interesting.
That's worst.
Tom, are these things friendly?
You know that they are, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I think I'll go into my pack and like pull out like a noodle of spaghetti from my Tupperware. Kind of like dangle it, try to entice it.
It like comes up to you and like starts sniffing around and takes that noodle and looks pleased and then just runs off into the forest.
Just satisfied with one noodle, huh?
You can try and entice it back.
Fucking.
What's that?
If there's one thing that we know that foxes enjoy, it's noodles.
Well, that's all I had. That's what my rations are. I always bring spaghetti.
How many like Tupperware containers of spaghetti does Tom have in his pack?
It depends on how many days, but I'll do like one for every day plus like 2 extra for you guys.
Oh,
What a nice young man.
Yeah, yeah.
I have to say, it's kind of refreshing to see something down here that doesn't want to eat us.
It is nice, especially this far down. At this point, things start getting a little more aggressive.
Cool. Alrighty, so you guys continue your way on, and just imagine some more just beautiful sights as you go down, as far as like forests and stuff like that. But you really don't run across any like super dangerous creatures, anything that you guys can't handle. And even when like Hoblog leaves you to your devices and like lets you kind of like encounter stuff on your own, there's nothing that you guys can't handle. I'm not gonna like play out like a million little creature battles or whatever, but you guys just make it to the edge of the flip just fine. So at this edge, the main path flips around using essentially trees. So you can imagine that the edge will come up to a cliff. It's basically like a big hole in the center. And then the cliff wraps around and has a ton of vegetation all over it before it flips completely upside down, as say like maybe 50 meters below you. So there is a portion where you guys have to essentially climb down through trees, and the path is like, it's not like fucking tourist attraction path, but it is something that you can still see and get down with relative ease. But it's still something that is pretty treacherous, because if you were to fall here, you can actually see the faint glow of what appears to be the third layer looming below you. And that is like hundreds and hundreds of feet down below you.
Whoa!
Do you think upon like reaching this cliff edge that that any of you guys would actually be like kind of frightened by this? Because this is probably like the highest, like most exposed place that you've ever been.
Come too far to be afraid of like height.
Yeah, I don't think Gil's like especially afraid of heights, but this is definitely like something he's never experienced before. So he's on edge.
Right, yeah.
I'm still just shock and awe.
Hey, Hoblog, you ever had one of the red whistles fall from here?
Well, I can't say that that's never happened before. Hold on, let me get into character voice. Well, I can't say that that's never happened before. Bad things have happened even in the blue whistle tests, but let's just say that it's a very rare occurrence for a red whistle to fall down this particular part, because the only time they're ever down here is during their blue whistle test, and they're usually with instructors who have a better insight and more experience. But people do fall from these trees all the time. You can imagine that we're not exactly to the thick of it yet, but once you get to the proper inverted part, there's some really, really strong wind currents that you have to be careful of. And if you get caught in a gust in a bad place, it can blow you right off. So just be aware.
All right, well, let's just try to stay close then.
Yes, sir. You guys scurry down the side of this cliff face, and the path itself is, you can see that it's kind of fashioned out of the trees itself. There are trunks that are kind of carved out and vines that are woven to create a pseudo staircase that weaves back and forth down the edge of this cliff face before it actually gets to the upside down part. So once you guys get to the bottom of that, you are greeted with the actual inverted forest proper. And this is definitely like anything unlike anything else you've ever seen before, because you can see a massive expanse of trees that are just dangling from a seemingly endless ceiling that stretches out into the distance further than you can see. It basically just fades out into blackness. And you guys get onto the first inverted tree that the path leads on. It's a really, really big tree, the biggest tree kind of like around the area. You can tell it was probably the path to flip over was probably fashioned here because of this tree. And you guys are now standing in the center next to the trunk, looming over the cavern below you.
How thick around are the trunks?
So this particular trunk is very, very wide. It's probably like maybe 2 meters wide.
Christ. Big boy.
I'm constantly jumping back and forth between meters and feet, so I apologize in advance for that.
Stick to metric.
Gotta get that metric, boys.
Yes.
All right, so I can't help but notice that the path doesn't continue from here.
So he actually he'll asks to chill here for a little bit, because it's like you guys have kind of been going down this whole time and you haven't taken a break yet, and this is like one of the first stops for people to like wait, and just because it's kind of a cool sight. So the branches below you in this tree fan out like really, really, really far. So you've actually got like a pretty massive platform to stand on. And the trees, unlike normal trees, they kind of form more of a point. Like if you can imagine taking a normal tree and flipping it upside down, it would kind of just look like, you know, fucking branches. So you couldn't really stand on a solid surface. You know what I mean? But these trees seem to begin a thick part, right, like a very dense part of their branches at a specific point. So it almost forms a platform there. So he kind of plops down next to the trunk and says, well, guys, if you want, let's go ahead and take a break here. It's going to be another big hike to get to the secret camp from here, and we'll definitely make it before dusk today, but we definitely don't want to be over pushing ourselves, you know. So let's go ahead and have lunch.
Toss me some nudes, Tom.
Oh, here they come. And I, like, calmly hand it to him. I don't throw it.
Can we just assume that we, like, bought basic rations before we came down?
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about, like, food and stuff. That's
wants
fine.
to eat rations when you got spaghetti?
You know what, Tom? I want to save that as victory spaghetti when we hit the camp.
I like the way you think, Gil.
I have a big mouthful of spaghetti already. I feel like a winner right now.
Oh, I'm still eating my spaghetti. I have more spaghetti. So I'm eating this one, and then I'll have my victory one later.
I'm just eating like a hard-ass piece of bread.
How's your bread, Gil?
I put it down on one of the branches and smack it with my metal fist, and then put it in my mouth. Oh, it's good.
Do you want some like spaghetti sauce for it? I got extra.
I'll lean over and take a quick dip.
Now we're getting saucy.
Stop it.
Oh, okay. What's Hablog eating?
Hablog is eating, let's just say he's got like a big giant, it appears to be like a flank of dried steak that he just like whips out and starts chowing down on. He is a big dude. Like, I know I've mentioned it before, but he is like a very tall and broad man. So you can tell it takes a lot of food to keep this guy going.
You know what? I'm gonna offer him. I'll hand up another Tupperware spaghetti. Hablog, you want some?
Well, if you're offering, I'll happily take a bowl from you.
I watch in horror when he eats the whole thing in one bite.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Like mumbling, I'm supposed to last like a whole day, but
well, thank you, Tom. That really hit the spot.
Did you even taste it? You just like shoveled it in there.
I'm sorry, Emma.
Tom, you're being very rude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that was me. That was me being rude. I've always been known to be a fast eater, so I apologize. But be assured, I did very much enjoy that.
There's very subtle herbs and spices in the sauce that you gotta pick up on.
He's still like licking his lips and he's like, yeah, I can tell.
So hey, Oblog, you've known Ozen the longest. What's she like? Is she always that intense?
He gets like a slightly serious look on his face. You can tell like he is pretty much like usually jovial like all the time. Like it takes a lot to phase this guy, and he gets a slightly serious look on his face and says, Ozen, let's just say she's been around for a very long time. At this point, she's been a white whistle for over 60 years. And especially going down in the deep recesses, I can't imagine that anyone not going a little bit crazy even after a few years of being out there. And she's been around for way longer than that. So I very much like Ozen. And she has a strong sense of duty about her, and she would never hurt anyone that wasn't deserving of it, let's put it that way. But at the same time, she is not someone you want to piss off. Let's put it that way.
But she does take care of the good delvers that run through her camp, right?
Yes. Yeah, she makes sure that they don't get hurt, but she's also not going to be one to stick out her neck for anyone who does something stupid. So if you go out and put yourself in a dumb situation, she's definitely not going to go out and try and save you.
Honestly, I think that describes just about everyone down here, but I get the gist.
Yeah, that's fair. Is Maruk still down there?
Oh, Maruk? Yeah. She's still down there. Yeah, she's still being the assistant to Ozen. So, yeah, we'll probably meet her. She's still watching over as the telescope observer, so when we get up close, she'll probably be the one to see us.
Oh, wow. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm actually... Do you think Ahi would know Maruk? Ian and Nick Dzeni, you know who Maruk is, right?
That's
I
like
don't really remember.
the little girl, right?
Yeah, the girl that lives in the camp that Rico and Reg met and chilled out with.
She
She's got
cleaned
blue hair.
She cleaned up Rico's pee-pee.
Oh, God.
Sure was nice of her. Yeah,
So
I do remember who you're talking about now.
okay, cool. Yep. So is there anything else that you want to ask about Ozen specifically?
I think I'm more just kind of worried about the conversation that Gil had with Ozen, and she took Ahi aside, and the fact that she's obviously waiting for us down there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of apprehensive about the whole thing.
Yep, that's fair. All right, so before we continue, I'm just going to go over what you need to know to get to the seeker camp. So if you actually look up at the trunk of this tree, and he points up a little bit, I'm going to say 5 feet above you guys, you actually notice that there is a whistle carved into the trunk of the tree. That symbol is carved on all the trees that lead to the seeker camp. So while there may not be bridges between every single tree that you have to go across, all of the trees will have that marking on them. So if you ever get lost, just be on the lookout for those. Of course, and he like gestures around him. There's a bunch of trees everywhere, and you can go pretty much any way that you want. So if you ever get to the point where you've strayed off the path and don't see any more of these markings, then you're probably pretty screwed, because there's only a single line of trees that actually has those. So if you're ever down here trying to get to the secret camp, just know, follow those, don't stray off the main path, because if you do, then it can lead to pretty bad things.
Good to know.
Do you guys want to ask any more questions before you head out?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, as you guys are chilling out, maybe right before you're about to head out, you actually see another party coming towards you from the other direction on the whistle path, and it's a party of like 4 or 5 people. And as they get a little bit closer, they're basically just like hopping from tree to tree. They get to the tree that's closest to you, and you recognize the young guy who Shiggy introduced to you in the very first episode, Nat. He is with them and is just about to jump over to your guys' tree and notices you guys and gives you a little wave.
I wave right on back.
Yep. So they jump on over to your tree, and you can actually tell they look pretty roughed up. And Hobwog gestures to him and says, "Oh, Nat, I thought you guys were supposed to be down there for a little over a month. What happened?" And, it's only been like a week. And Nat says, "Well, unfortunately, we actually ran into one of those groups of people who is trying to take over all the cave raiders, and that they attacked us from out of the blue right at the entrance of the 4th layer, and they split our party up. Luckily, me and these few people that we have here, we managed to get away and make it back up, but I haven't seen the rest of my party since, so I'm not sure where we'll call them bandits for now. I'm not sure where the bandits ended up, but all we could really do was run away. So while I did make it to the 4th layer for the first time, I can't really say I did much exploring down there."
Yikes.
Hey, just to clarify, Nat's a white whistle, correct?
No,
What is he?
he's a black whistle.
Whistle. That's
he's the kid from the show that was with Shiggy and Rico. He's like the other friend. So he's like 22 years old right now. And in the first episode of the Abyss podcast, he was with Shiggy when you guys were first introduced to him.
Yeah,
and
we had lunch with him.
Yes, yep. And he was going on his first Black Whistle raid down to the 4th layer.
That's right.
Yep. So this is
His
him
very
coming.
first one?
Yes, his very first one.
Gotcha.
They attacked you down there. They didn't follow you? How'd you get away?
Well, quite honestly, I'm not 100% sure if they did or didn't follow me, because we were split up. Like, our entire group, cave raiding group, was split up. So they ended up chasing after the other group, as far as I could tell. So me and these 4 other people here, we managed to get away back up into the 3rd layer, and we considered trying to go after them, but we're less experienced than the other half of the group. And you can tell, like, these are our newer Black Whistles. It seems like maybe the other people that were there with them were more experienced and told the less experienced to go, and we're trying to distract them. But Nat isn't outright saying that, because he feels a little bit embarrassed.
Were they all Black Whistles?
Yeah, you have to be a Black Whistle to explore the 4th layer.
Okay.
Yep. And he goes on and says, so we decided to come back up and tell someone about it. So we've already stopped by the secret camp and we let them know about it. Ozen's aware, and we were on our way back up to the surface to let the CRG in full know what happened. So we might have to take some more drastic measures in the future here, because this is starting to become a problem. I haven't seen the rest of the group since then, and I have no idea if they're okay or not.
What did the bandits look like, just in case we run into them?
Well, it was a pretty big party, so I did get a good look at a few of them, but I guess I could say the most important one, it seemed to be their leader. It was a woman who was about as big and beefy as you can get. She looked to be like 6.5 feet tall and arms like this, and he like pumps his arms out really hard. And she was kind of commanding them around, so she was the one that I got the best look at. So if you see anyone like that, just be wary.
Okay.
Hey, I don't know if this is a weird question, but if these folks are from, I guess, out of town, how are they making it down to the 4th layer?
Well, actually, Hoblog chimes in there and is like, well, believe it or not, even though the whole whistle CRG thing is a, very structured organization, at least compared to some of the other people that are going down there, there are plenty of people who are very skilled that just jump into the abyss and don't go through any of the CRG channels. So usually they're not anyone who, stir up a ruckus down there. They're just people who want to go down there and not get monitored in any way, shape, or form. So usually we don't really, we don't like to butt heads with them. We just kind of let them do their own thing as long as it's nothing nefarious. But every once in a while you get these people that come down and are more nefarious. So it might be people that have had experience doing that in the past and have just decided to start stealing from regular raiders, or a lot of the times they're actually people that aren't really that experienced, but they're with, 1 or 2 experienced people that can lead them down all the way to the 4th layer, even though it's only their first or second time down there. So you don't really have to worry about them as much. And he grabs his hammer and is like, they're kind of the easy ones to deal with, They're fodder compared to the proper black whistles that are down there. But when you get a big party, as it sounds like Nat ran into, it can, people can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, based on something Lex said, it seems like abyss people like black whistles and all would have no qualms about just straight up killing those people.
He once again gets a kind of a serious look on his face and says, well, I'm not one to just go around needlessly killing folk. That seems a little cruel in my opinion, but if any one of them tried to come and hurt any one of you guys, I wouldn't hesitate to stop that.
Oh, I don't think he meant killing them for fun. If they're attacking us, then it's them or us, then,
Yeah.
Yeah, but we appreciate that, big guy.
Oh, of course.
Alright, onward?
Yeah. Well, Nat, you go ahead and warn the CRG. I'm going to stick with these guys. We're going to be out to the secret camp before too long. So, I guess good luck. Stay safe. And he, shakes his hand and bids farewell to Nat and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, y'all have a safe trip back up. Take it easy.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And they give you a wave and start going up the up that path.
Do they look like they're in like good enough shape to make it up.
Yeah, they look like they, were a little bit beaten up, but you get the feeling that most people, when they come up from a place like the fourth layer, are beaten up anyway. So yeah, they're fine.
It's nothing new down here. I mean, all the dangers of the ocean and the thing we had to look out the most for were fucking pirates.
Yeah, I guess even in the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is fucking people.
Just as you say that, a fucking giant bird monster snatches up Tom and takes him off the edge.
God fucking damn it.
I stick by what I said.
I'll say, just as you say that, there's an ominous cry from a large bird below you.
Oh no. Do I recognize the call?
Yeah, you recognize the call as a, give me another name. Come on, Morgan, you got this. Better name this time.
A whaling.
Come on, stick the landing.
A whaling goosebill. I don't know.
Whaling goosebill. I like it. Doesn't really sound that threatening, but oh, that's good.
That doesn't have to have a scary name. Damn. I'm sorry, they can't all have names like freaking Corpse Weaver.
Weeper.
Weeper.
Yeah.
It's all the same word when you really think about it.
All right, so if you guys are ready, you can just go ahead and follow those whistle trees, and just as like some background for the path itself, across some of the bigger gaps, there are actually like wooden bridges that span between the trees, but in a lot of cases, the trees are close enough together to where with a good jump you can get in between them. And these are also in places where the drafts, like the updrafts, don't seem to be like quite as crazy. Whereas like in other places, you can see like the trees are just like shaking in the wind, like creaking and shaking. But along most of the path along where the whistle trees are, it seems like the gusts aren't really hitting them quite as hard. Almost like they planned a route that wasn't getting hit by the wind quite as much. Yes. So, would Gil, do you think he would ever use his hook to get across any of these gaps just for the hell of it?
I think the ones that we would have to jump across, he might do it just to be safe.
Right, yeah. And do you think he would like help Tom and Ahe like just like with the rope?
Oh, definitely. If only if they accepted his help, he wouldn't want to cramp anyone's style.
Yeah, I'd take the help.
What about you, Tom?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to think about it.
Yeah. So you guys go across all these trees, and miraculously, you actually don't. Oh, excuse me. You don't run across any big, dangerous creatures or anything. You may hear some big cries from the wailing goosebills in the distance, but nothing comes up to attack you. And you also don't come into contact with any crazy pirates or anything like that. So you keep going across these trees, and the further you get into the upside down forest, the closer the ground beneath you seems to be getting to you. Like when you were on the main big tree where it first flipped upside down, it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet below you. And like to the point where you could just barely see it. But now that you're getting further out, that ground is getting closer to you. And in addition, everything seems to be getting just a little bit darker. And it seems like it's not just because like it's getting later in the day. It seems like light is actually not really getting this far into it. So after a couple hours of this, it's getting close to what you guys think is probably dusk up on the surface at this point. You see in the distance a faint twinkle that catches your eye, and when you look at it a little bit closer, you see a telescope sticking out of the biggest tree that you guys have seen so far by a huge margin. And as you get closer to it still, you see that there are actual structures around this tree, and you recognize it as the seeker camp. So
do all of us recognize it? Would Gil have been prepped on what to look for by Halbug?
Yeah, I would imagine that at some point he would have mentioned just like kind of what they're looking for. So yeah, if I didn't say that in the past, then whatever. But it's pretty obvious considering that everything around has been just foliage, and here's like a building essentially hanging out from one of the trees.
Yeah, but there's no point in any of us being even slightly unsure.
Right. Yep. That's correct. So you actually see as you get closer a little bit of movement out of the telescope, and when you get underneath the camp itself, there's actually a bunch of wooden bridges around here. And as you approach it, the elevator comes down for you.
I'm so excited. I get on that elevator.
Yeah,
so
you guys all
fast.
hop in, and Hobwog says, so this is the first time you're going to get hit with the second layer's curse. Granted, it is a little bit weaker here than it is once we go back to the center of the abyss, but just be ready. What's that?
Why is that?
He would probably know this, but the further away that you get from the central shaft of the abyss, the weaker the curse is.
Okay.
Yep. So why don't you guys just roll? Let's do our first roll of the session and see how you guys handle the second layer's curse.
So yeah, why did they think it'd be a good idea to have people go down and then ride back up into the camp?
Well, that's for protection, really. You can imagine, in this instance, like, what if a pirate came in and wanted to gain access to it? They'd have to do some pretty dangerous climbing to get all the way up in the higher up trees to be able to get to the seeker camp.
I feel bad for the pirate that has to deal with Ozen's wrath. Am I rolling physique?
Yeah, is this will or physique?
I don't know. What do you guys think? It's kind of like both in a way.
You could just have us roll whichever one's higher.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, boy.
Oh, I did not realize it went twice. My bad.
Oh, Ahi.
Gonna continue the trend of the quick barfer.
Is a 0 a failure? I thought a 0 was average.
Yeah, a 0 is average, but this is also the first time you're coming across the second layer's curse, which pretty much, unless you got a really high roll, you would probably throw up, so.
Okay, well then I will vomit, but I will face away from everybody and then swallow it really fast before anybody notices.
Tom...
I will roll subtlety if need be.
Tom, you're kind of on the throw-up crew as well.
I think I'm leaning over the edge of the elevator, just letting it all up, because you always feel better once you throw up. So just better out than in, right?
Oh man, all your spaghetti.
Yeah, not the noodles.
It's definitely still noodly. I have to pinch my nose so I don't get noodles in my nose.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's not pretty. I'm trying to have my back to you as much as I can. but I'm trying to like get it all up before we reach the top, so I don't like embarrass myself in front of Ozan.
Right. Yeah.
Am I successful? Do I get myself like cleaned up in time?
Yeah, by the time you get to the top, both of you, in addition to like just throwing up, it's like you have a pretty severe headache as well. It's like not just a physical reaction, but like your head feels a little bit cloudy. Gil, you don't throw up per se, but your head also is kind of in that same state.
Got it. I'm assuming if we look at Hoblog, he's taking it like a champ.
Oh yeah. It's like it's not even affecting him at all. He sees you guys and gives like a little bit of a chuckle and is like, yeah, I remember my first time.
Either right now or we can say I did it earlier, but I want to turn to Hogard and say, or Hablog and say, do you think Maruk would give me her autograph in my notebook if I asked her?
I'm sure she might think that's a little strange, but sure, I imagine she would.
I'm not even gonna ask Ozan. I'm too scared.
She would probably just look at you strange.
Yeah, no. Well, I'll just do Maruk. Isn't Maruk gonna be like 70 now?
What? She was like 12. Who are you thinking of?
Wait, how many years has it been?
10.
It's only like 10.
Oh, I guess because you said Ozan is like 60, so yeah, okay, never mind.
No, Ozan has been a white whistle for 60 years.
Yeah, I got mixed up.
So
okay.
You can gather that she's probably like 80 or 90 years old at least.
Nice. Okay, I'm with it.
Yep. So as you guys get to the top, it clangs up and you hear some footsteps come out, and it is Maruk who greets you. And Maruk, pretty much just like in the show, she's wearing I have actually got a character card for her. Let me just make it so you guys can see. Boom. Look at that sweet fan art. Hell yeah. It's like an older Maruk. I couldn't find any older Nat or Shiggy fan art, but I sure could find older Maruk fan art.
That's weird. I wonder why that is.
I do like her tiny cape.
Her tiny cape?
Yeah, the blue thing around her shoulders.
Oh. Yeah, I gotcha.
First opportunity I get, I'm asking her what she keeps in those head pockets.
Oh, God.
So you better come up with something, because I have to know.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Hey, you're going to create the world. You're going to live in it with real characters. You got to have answers.
All right.
Can I spend a fate point to say that there's spaghetti in there?
Oh, no. I'm just going to say no, because I don't want to know where that leads. The only difference from this picture, by the way, is she is actually a purple whistle. She has a purple whistle around her neck, not a blue whistle. So she greets you.
Does she dye her hair purple to match, or is her hair just normally blue?
Nope, I guess it's just normally blue. She's a proper anime grill.
Nice.
So go ahead.
We can cut this out. We probably should, but does the Abyss universe have sex change operations? She was definitely a boy when she was a kid, right?
So
she's supposed to be like kind of both, like androgynous, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was just like biologically male.
It's never explicitly stated one way or the other. It's supposed to be like kind of up for debate. So
don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, it's kind of that situation. So, but she is referred to as a girl by just the people around her. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, I knew she was like gendered female.
Right, yeah.
This fan art has bloobs on
them. Right, yeah.
Anime titties.
Yeah, boy. Who knows? Maybe he is just stuffing. But you never really
That's some good ass stuffing.
Could be an artifact.
Imagine someone like Hablog finding that artifact, he picks it up, and he just like sprouts big old titties.
He would have the biggest titties.
I imagine Hablog already has pretty big titties.
Yeah.
He's got giant pecs that he could crush you in between his pecs, let's put it that way.
I do like the bounce a cherry off it like The Rock.
Boy.
That's something The Rock does?
Yeah, it was in a movie. It's the Peck Papa Love, and they like bounce a cherry off his pecs.
Hell yeah.
Just search, just Google the Peck Papa Love.
No, I'm trying to play an RPG. I'm getting too mega horny.
So, Maruk comes up to you and says, "Oh, why, hello, you four. It's good to see you again, Hoblog. It's nice to meet you three. This is your first time down here, right? I haven't ever seen you before." And she sees the red whistles on you and gives you guys a bow as she's saying this.
Hi, Maruk. I'm a big fan. My name's Tom.
Oh, hello, Tom. I can't say I have that many fans, but I'm happy to meet you.
I guess fan isn't really the right word. But whatever, it's done now.
Yeah, it's all good. She seems like, fine with that. She's not like weirded out or anything.
Yeah, Maruk is cool.
Yeah. You can tell, like, her being the, like, sidekick to Ozen gets a little bit of that, so. How are you guys doing after the elevator ride? If this is your first time getting hit with the second layer curse, I know it can be a bit of a doozy.
Oh, so good. Easy peasy.
Didn't even sweat it.
I'm feeling a little woozy.
Ahi, if you'll allow it, she sees a little bit of throw up come out of your mouth, and she actually and she grabs a little handkerchief and walks over to you and tries to like stealthily give it to you, like so no one else can see, and is just like going over, like shaking everyone's hands, but like when she shakes your hand, she gives you a little handkerchief.
Oh, he takes it. Told you I'd be willing to roll stealth, though, you son of a bitch.
Okay, yeah. If you want to roll stealth and see if you.
No, it's all good. Too late. I'm not gonna derail it too much.
Oh boy. Okay, so she goes on and says, "Well, it's getting close to nighttime. If you want, I can go ahead and show you to some rooms that we have down here."
Yes, please. My eyeballs are enormous.
Yep.
Like looking everywhere.
Yeah. First, if you want, I'll actually give you the quick tour of the secret camp.
Yeah, that would be great.
So she takes you around inside the camp itself, and you can tell it is essentially carved out of the lower trunk of or I guess I should say upper trunk, because it's upside down, but the trunk of the tree. All the hallways are carved out from the inside, and it's pretty much just it's almost like a large apartment building, if you will. There's a bunch of different rooms, some storage rooms, there's like a kitchen, and some like lounge areas, and pretty much everything that you would expect from a camp like this. So
hey, Maruk, how flammable is this tree? Like, have any fires ever broken out? Or
that's actually a good question. A lot of the trees down here are actually pretty resistant to fire, especially the trees in the inverted forest. This one especially, I guess because the trunk is so thick, like the fire has a hard time propagating anywhere. There have been a couple occasions where people have gotten a little out of hand cooking and maybe started a little bit of an incident, but it's never actually gotten too out of hand. Unfortunately, like, some of the supplies that were in the room kind of got burned up, but the wood itself was fine.
I'm scribbling in my notebook this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say I also asked her about Enrico and all, but we don't have to.
Yeah. And you just say, like, maybe after, like, she shows you to your rooms, and, like, you can just, like, fucking splurge about, like, Rico and, like, have a good old, like, hangout sesh or something.
Definitely get that autograph.
Right, yeah. If you ask, she does give it to you.
Oh, I asked.
But, yeah, when she shows you to your rooms, they are definitely not super roomy, but... but, yeah, they are separate, so each of you have your own little space. Think of it as, like, the size of, like, a cruise ship room.
Gil feels right at home.
Yeah.
Is there a restroom?
Well, yes, and she would just, like, lead you to one.
Because I don't know. I do need to go to the bathroom.
That's good ass role playing.
Actually, if you want, this is probably a good spot for a quick little break. Alrighty, so after you guys are shown to your room, Maruk offers for you guys to come sit in at dinner. They have a dinner set up, and if you guys want, you can join in.
Heck yeah.
I'm never one to refuse one's hospitality.
If you want, we do have a bath station. If you want to like get cleaned up at all, if you want, I know that the dinner's going to be in about 30 minutes from now. So if you think you can get cleaned up in time, go for it. If not, no one's going to judge you. Don't worry. But I'm going to go help out with the rest of the kitchen stuff, and I will see you there. And she runs off.
Hey, Tom, real quick. Get a quick whiff. Do I smell?
Should we roll for
stank?
Oh,
fuck yes. Let's roll for it.
Is that? I guess he's rolling, or am I rolling to perceive the stank?
Should I roll negative charisma?
I mean, shouldn't we all roll to see if we have the stank?
Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's see how sweaty and gross everyone is.
Is that negative charisma?
Fuck.
Or would that be like a physique? Like how physically sweaty are we? Or would it be notice the nasty?
You know, I just opened up Gil Hawthorne's sheet and I noticed that he's got some special skills. Willy sluggling, crunt juggling, pumpkin chugging, and piggybacking.
Wait, how do you chug a pumpkin?
It's bumpkin chugging.
Oh, what's a bumpkin?
You learn a lot out there on the sea.
Fair enough. Oh, what's a crunk juggler?
What is fucking sexual energy? What skill is this?
That's my positive charisma.
Oh.
And you never know.
Oh boy. All right.
Which one are we rolling? Positive?
I say roll whatever your higher charisma is.
All right. Well, I just rolled mine.
Okay. All right. Well, so Gil, once again with your nice rolls, you actually seem to be pretty not stanky. Ahi, maybe that throw up session that you had, especially the fact that you like fucking swallowed it back up, gives you just pretty
That's
net.
the least stinky thing you can do with it.
Let's just say, Ahi, you've got some nasty breath right now, and Tom, you're just a little sweaty boy, so you got just a little bit of stank about you.
We should probably hit the washroom. Let's not make a bad impression.
I will take some time to polish my fist.
There you go.
Is that what you call it? Fuck. I think we did that joke already.
So you guys get all pampered up and ready, and is there any role play you wanna carry out before we go over to the dinner room?
I'll like try to smooth out my hair and like clean up goggles and stuff, try to look presentable.
Yeah, this completely depends on if these are typical like anime shared bathrooms.
Are we like snapping towels at each other?
Because if that's the case, I'm definitely going in the washroom with Hoblog.
Let's say there is a male washroom and a female washroom, so the gendered washrooms are shared.
Oh, I keep forgetting Tom's a boy.
Yeah, see, I'm not the only one.
I talk in a high voice. What else do you want from me?
Yeah, I'll let Tom go in there and do his thing. I think a boy at that age needs his privacy.
And then Hoblog goes in with you and you whip towels at each other. All right, so if there's any other role playing you want to do, we can just continue to dinner.
I go to the bathroom and I just do it quietly and reserved like a normal human being.
Yeah, sounds like a fucking plan. Jesus. Cool. All right, dinner time. So in the dining room, which is like an offshoot of where the kitchen is, you can kind of see the kitchen in the background. It's actually not a very big crowd that's out here at dinner right now, per se. Baruch's there, as well as some of the other cave raiders who typically reside here. If you remember the people from the actual show, I'm not even sure what their fucking names are, but you can imagine them just like chilling in the background as well. And they like greet you and just go to like their own table and are just like chatting away. Maruk offers to sit with you guys specifically.
Oh, heck yeah.
And it is essentially kind of like a buffet line, if you will. So there's a cook in there who basically just has like pots of stuff kind of laid out so you can go in and help yourself. And there's no like rules, but it is like, you know, not a huge amount of food to go around. So like help yourself, but don't go crazy is the general atmosphere that you get. That said, how much food do you think each of you would grab?
Just a normal boy amount. Slightly conservative, but you know.
Let's find out. Too much.
Nice.
Let's also say that because of where the seeker camp is, there is actually a much greater concentration of meat in the food here, because there isn't a whole lot of like plant stuff to harvest here, but there is a lot of creatures around, so it is more meaty than you are typically accustomed to, and maybe that is just too much for Ahi to handle.
Overcomes her senses.
It's all delicious abyss meat from fucking who knows where.
I'll wait and see like what it looks like the other people are taking and take about that amount.
Gotcha. Yeah.
A very sensible choice.
Is Ozen in the room eating?
She is not there right now.
Okay, I think like when we enter the room, Gil like looks around nervously, and then kind of breathes a little sigh of relief when she's not in there.
Sounds good.
We just sit down. Gil looks across the room. His son is there. It's time to go home.
That's it. Campaign over. We did it.
Oh god, I just saw your picture as well, Morgan. Fucking God, Dave.
If Nick Potter made Gil's son canonically have Bobby's voice, I would quit immediately.
I thought I lost you. I'm okay, Dad.
I've just been down here in the abyss.
Oh, God.
Bad, Bobby. I apologize.
Just leave him here. It's not worth it.
There's no such thing as a bad Bobby. It's all good.
So you guys are chowing away. Is there anything that you want to chat about with Hobwog or Maruk? They're probably just like chatting away about like life because they probably haven't like seen each other in a little bit, just like catching up with each other. Is there anything you want to like interject in?
I think I'm just kind of listening and soaking it all in.
Okay.
Hey, you said for our blue whistle test, we're staying down here in the secret camp a few days. Is that right?
I was thinking we'd just stay down here for the day. If you want, you can, we can stay down for another night or two. And if you really want to, we can actually explore around a little bit around the area. It's kind of up to you guys for now, but I would like to get back up within the next, let's say, 3 days. We should probably head out by then.
I'm down with doing whatever it takes to get that whistle, but I don't know about you two. I know you like poking around for little toys here and there.
Yeah, but I think that would be best done on our own time, right?
Well, you're not going to have me around on your own time.
I mean,
yeah, I'm down for just kind of exploring the area. You know, always keep my eyes peeled for an undiscovered creature. Especially since we have Hobble, or Hoblog. But yeah, I'm not looking to like stay down here for like a really extended period of time.
Right. Sorry, chat amongst yourselves, if you will. Let me just rattle off this work text real quick.
No rush. Y'all good, baby.
Gil, where are you from again before, here, this?
Boston.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I grew up in Boston.
You say.
Yeah, and I hopped on a ship one day and never turned back.
Say car keys.
Car keys?
You're not from Boston. You're lying.
I mean, my dad's from Kentucky, so.
Yeah, but...
I didn't leave the house much.
I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to go back to eating. Like, I can't tell when I'm being messed with or not, so I just kind of...
You asked, and it was the first location that popped into my mind. In retrospect, yes, it was a bad choice considering Gil's voice.
I don't know if you were going for like a Cheers thing. Woody Harrelson's character's from. I think he might be from Tennessee, actually.
I'm actually from Boston, Texas.
Sorry, what?
This is a fucking twist if I've ever heard one.
What a twist!
I mean, the Abyss Earth exists in our world, correct?
It just
I don't
exists.
think so.
It just exists in the world. There's nothing hinting that it's in like our actual universe.
Okay. Well, I'm from Fantasy Boston, which is actually in the South.
See Boston.
I think I'm going to Boston.
Ugh, gross.
I was about to ask where y'all from on formality, but already answered my own question.
You got any more old sea wisdom for us there, Gil?
Yeah. Try your best not to get a fish hook caught in your arm, because that thing doesn't come out easy. Kind of just gotta wrench it back and forth. The little barb comes out.
I don't know if that's wisdom so much as like advice, but okay.
If you're peeing off the side of a ship, make sure you're doing it downwind.
There we go. That sounds more like a piece of wisdom. Ahi, what's new with you?
Oh, well, I'm taking my blue whistle test. Nothing's
you don't
new.
say.
We're hanging out every day.
Did anything exciting happen during our week apart when you were in the orphanage?
No, just caught up on sleep.
Nice. It's important.
Yep. Just kind of looks around awkwardly. Yep.
You don't like small talk, do you, Ahi?
What?
Can't tell if that was in character or not.
Yeah, what?
No, it was.
Hey, so Ahi, what happened to your parents?
Jeez, Gil.
Oh, they died. In the abyss.
What happened to your son, Gil? Damn.
All right.
Wait, do I know about your son?
Yeah, I did tell your parents that I have a son.
But do I know?
I think as far as we know, his son's just fine on a boat somewhere.
Yeah, you know my son exists. You don't know anything about him.
Okay. Hey, Gil, how's your son?
He left home a while ago. A little bit after when he was your age.
Yeah. So you living that boat life?
No, he went mainland somewhere. We get letters from him every now and then. Sea life isn't for everyone.
Do you think he has fine leathery skin now?
I only hope he kept his leathery skin. Keeps us safe, you know?
Is your skin going to become less leathery because you're not out on the open sea now?
Oh, shit.
I don't know. I oil it every night, so...
You not moisturize, you oil it?
Yeah, I have like a mineral
Same
oil.
thing.
I just rub in there with like a piece of coral.
I'm really glad we're not sharing a room. I don't know if that's something I want to see. An old man rubbing himself with oil on a piece of freaking coral.
I mean, you get stabbed and cut up an awful lot, and look at my skin. Shit's as hard as bark.
It's true. Like, when you look away, I'm gonna, like, poke you to see if you can feel it. Should I roll I'm gonna roll a subtlety for that. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Do I do it?
Is there a notice?
There is.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll notice against subtlety.
You notice? Oh no!
I do notice. Hey, I'm a man. I still feel. Damn.
You had a bug. I got it. It's gone now. Don't
Thank
look
you.
for it.
Now, you think Maruk and Hoblog are okay? They just kind of went silent, just kind of staring at their food.
I think it's an abyss thing.
Said what you said. I think it upset him pretty bad.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. It should be good, done now. I wasn't really paying attention, but did you guys finish that thought?
Yeah, we had a nice little scene.
We had a lot of good character development.
No, I'll be happy to listen to that later during editing, because I was kind of away there, tuned out. But as you guys are finishing up your conversation, you actually hear some heavy footsteps coming from the hallway, and a few moments later, you see emerge Ozen!
Oh,
And she comes in and sees all three of you there and says, "Oh, why, hello, you three. I didn't expect you to be here this quick, but I applaud your efforts to get your blue whistle so fast. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some food real quick." And she walks over to the line and just piles on probably helping similar to what Ahi got.
is she wearing her big hat and stuff, or just like
No.
normal clothes? Okay.
No, she's just wearing normal clothes.
I'm like torn between wanting to like stare at her and like soak her in, but also being terrified to do so.
Right, yeah. After she piles on some food, she walks past again and says, "I've got some things I have to take care of in my office right now, but I will be happy to talk to you tomorrow morning. Maruk, if you could bring them up to me at 10 a.m. sharp, that would be very helpful, thank you." And she walks out.
Your Ozen is way more polite than Canon Ozen.
Ozen isn't like an asshole. I guess she probably wouldn't have said thank you.
Man, I'm not criticizing. I'm just making an observation. Maybe her old age has mellowed her out.
Well, the thank you was directed at Maruk, not at you guys. Let's put it that way.
No, I got that.
Cool. All right. So, yeah. Is there anything that you guys want to do for the rest of the night before your meeting with Ozen in the morning?
There's not like a library or anything here, is there?
There is a like group study. It's kind of like the lounge room that does have some abyssal books in there. Yes.
I'll hang out in there before bed.
Okay.
I don't know. Is there anything we could do to help out while we're down here? I hate to just take advantage of your food and your lodging and not repay the favor.
Yeah, if you offer to help like clean up the dishes and stuff from dinner, then they would happily accept that.
All right, I'll do that best I can with one hand.
Fuck, if he does it, then now I have to.
Can you make a roll to see if you accidentally break a plate with your metal fist?
What am I rolling?
Do proficiency. Let's say one kind of like slips, but you catch it with your left hand, no problem. So no broken dishes to be had for Gil.
Hell yeah. I earned my keep.
You can tell that they're pretty appreciative of that, and yeah. Anything else before the morning?
Not for me.
Cool. All right, so you guys sleep in your own rooms overnight. Even though the rooms are small, they're actually pretty cozy. Like, I mean, it's all made out of wood, so it's like, and not just like, you know, wooden planks. It's like fucking carved out of a fucking tree. So it's probably different than what you guys have experienced. Gil, maybe. I mean, you live on the sea in a boat, so maybe it's kind of similar to that. But yeah, the beds are actually made with like the feathers of what appear to be some sort of abyssal creature, and they are quite comfy, comfier than you maybe expected in a place like this.
Oh my.
Yes. So, you guys wake up, and is there anything you want to do before Maruk comes and gathers you up?
Make sure I'm not a stinky boy. That's about it.
Sounds good. Okay, you guys get properly washed up, and Maruk comes and grabs you guys and leads you up to Ozen's personal office at 10 a.m. sharp. I don't know if you guys remember what the office like looks like from the show, but it's like at the very top of the Seeker camp. So Maruk actually like leads you up a few flights of stairs, and you can actually tell it's like just low enough to where the curse isn't quite hitting you from where you came. You can tell if you went like another like 5 meters higher, like another 10-15 feet above where our office is, the curse probably would hit you, but it doesn't hit you right at this point. So
the office is where they fought, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I got the mental picture then.
Yep, yeah. And the lead into it is 2 giant wooden doors that Maruka taps on, and you hear a come in from the inside, and Maruk opens the door, and there is Ozen sitting at a desk that she has, and she's actually like writing up some notes when you guys walk in. And she says, Thank you for leading them here, Maruk. You can be off. I will be talking to them alone for now. And Maruk bows and walks out, and you guys are just here alone with her. Is there anything specifically that you say, like, just from the start? Because at first she kind of just, like, sits back in her chair and just kind of, like, looks at you guys for a bit.
I'm definitely just trying to not even breathe too loudly. I'm terrified.
Gil, Ahi, anything?
No, I'm just gonna wait patiently for her to get to it.
Yeah.
I think if it's like silent for a while, Gil will just be like, "Well, good morning."
Yes, good morning to you. Sorry, I'm just sizing you guys up right now. I'm sure you're wondering why I've taken such an interest in you three.
Cross my mind once or twice.
Yeah, I just assumed because of our exceptional luck so far.
Well, that's a humbling way to put it. Ahi, nice to say luck, because, well, you may be skilled. You guys are still definitely red whistles. I'll see if you make it back up in one piece to become your blue whistles. And I'd like to see you again down here at some point. But to get down to things, there's a reason I called you guys here. I wanted to talk to you three about some things, and I couldn't do it back up in the CRG headquarters because there's a lot of prying eyes there. And I kind of wanted to just talk to you guys personally, as I have ties to each of you that you all might find interesting. Who would you like to hear about first? And she gets like a little one of those like crooked smiles come across her face.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm not speaking.
I mean, who do you want to go first?
Well, how about we just start with a simple one first. Tom. I like to think that in character he makes that sound.
Yeah, it's a soft one. Hopefully that she doesn't hear from across the room, but yes.
Oh boy. Tom, I understand you have a pretty big desire to go down into the abyss, and I'm sure, maybe not for Ahi, but at least for Gil over here, that probably seems a little bit weird. And let's just say that it may be something that runs in your family. Have you ever talked to your parents about who they're related to?
I really thought you were asking me, just have you talked to your parents?
That's what I thought too.
Have you ever talked to your parents? Fucking bad kid.
Like, I have to assume at some point I did, but not like in depth. I'll say, I mean, I know, like, I have grandparents and stuff, obviously, but nothing particularly noteworthy. Why?
Let's just say that on your dad's side, that's where the grandparents are. But for your mom's side, it's actually a little bit shrouded in mystery that you haven't heard before.
Oh, okay. I guess I relay that.
Yeah. So, sorry, that's a little metagamey, but it didn't do anything. Ozen goes on and says, "Well, young Tom, I implore you to ask your mother a little bit more about her past, because there's some more interesting things about her side of the family than you might realize. I hear that you're a big fan of Rico, is that correct?"
Yes.
Let's just say there might be more to it than just an interest. But
why are you saying this?
I'm going to leave it up to your mother for that one, but I implore you to ask her a little bit more about her family ties.
Are you trying to help me, or do you just think this is amusing?
A little bit of both.
Fair enough.
I would like to see someone with this much potential actually fulfill that potential.
Well, thank you.
Next time you come down here, I'd like to hear what your mother had to say.
Do you know my mother personally, or just know of her?
I was never a close acquaintance with her, but I was a very close acquaintance with, let's say, one of her relatives.
Oh, okay. Will do.
And she just kind of like smiles at you once again with that kind of crooked smile, and like she's like happily expecting like something to come of this. So, but yeah, she kind of just leaves it at that with you. Do you have any more questions for her? So, like, do you prod her a little bit more on that at all?
No, I can't think of any other questions. She's obviously not gonna divulge anymore, other than ask her mother. Mm-hmm. So, no, I'll just kind of, like shuffle back, look at my feet.
Right, yeah. She basically just turns to Ahi next and says, Ahi, did you ever tell the rest of your party about what we talked about up in the CRG?
I think you made it clear that you did not want me to, so no, I did not.
When you say that, she eyes both Tom and Gil to judge their reactions, and she can tell that you're being genuine, and she says, oh, well, it looks like you actually kept your word. I'm glad to hear that. Have you found anything related to what we talked about?
This is my first time in the second layer, so I think it's safe to say that your assumptions are correct, and I have not.
It's good to hear that you're not hiding anything from me. So, not that I expected you would, but I always like to ask. So, more specifically, I wanted to ask you about your time being spent with Madame Belchero. And I'm wondering, because I have actually talked to her a little bit more about this, why have you not asked more about your parents' past? It seems like that's something that you'd actually be interested in.
I've never really thought about being an orphan as defining me, so I never intended to put much thought into it. It's a conscious effort.
Interesting. Do you have any interest in who your parents were and what actually happened to them?
Only if you're trying to tell me that it should be. As far as I know, it's as uninteresting as it comes.
Let's just say it might be a little bit more interesting than you're thinking, but I'm not going to divulge that information straight right now because it's not really mine to give. Let's just say Belchero was a very good friend of your parents, and you have to have wondered why you have been allowed to stay at her place, where she has turned essentially everyone else away when they've come of age. There's a reason for that. I'm sure you've concluded that much.
Yeah, I've thought about it.
Once again, in the same vein as Tom, I would say that you should go up and pest her about it a little bit. Tell her that I talked to you, and she'll probably give you what you're looking for. Let's just say I think it's important that you know this information. And I think it will be a very big motivator in the future for you.
Noted.
Is there anything else that you say to that, or Gil or Tom, that you want to add in?
No. Once again, her parents have never been her interest, and that's by design. So she, above all else, is attempting to just be composed.
Yep. Yeah. That's fair. Yep. I know Ahi in the past, like, specifically hasn't wanted to, like, take after her parents in that kind of way. So, yeah, it just, if you want, like, when we get back up to the top, you can maybe get a little bit more information out of Beltero, but we shall get to that later.
And not only that, she didn't. It's not like she lost them as like a child. She was an infant. So really ever had.
Right. She was like one or two, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of how I imagined it as well. Cool.
It's like you do have memories from that age, but they're not concrete memories.
Yep. So, I guess Ozan would conclude with, your parents were somewhat important people, but only to other important people. Beltero can shed a little bit more light on what that means, but I implore you to ask her about it when you go back up. And maybe we can...
She's never been the chatty type so much.
Yes, that is definitely the truth. All right, if nothing else for Ahi, she then turns to Gil and says, so now probably the most interesting of the three. I know I gave you a little tidbit of information last time I was up there, but I'm going to ask again one more time. Why exactly are you here?
All right, I'm not here to play games or go on any wild boot goose chases, so why don't we just cut the shit and you tell me where Finn is?
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect to go that quick, but let's just say that I was a somewhat close acquaintance of Finn, and I have a little bit of information on him. Would you like to hear it?
That's why I'm here.
Finn, as you probably know, since he grew up with you, was a very kind boy. And actually, real quick, out of character, when I'm thinking of Finn and how I've kind of like put him together in my mind, he has a pretty close personality to like Finn from Adventure Time. So he's kind of like that heroic personality, like pretty nice, but maybe a little bit naive. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. In that case, Ozan says, Finn was always a very well-natured kid. And on top of that, he was extremely talented. He came through here within a month to get his blue whistle, and before long, he had reached black whistle status and was already down to the 4th layer by the time he was 18. Very impressive, very impressive. But as trusting as he was of other people and other cave raiders, he could be a little bit naive. And I have a bit of an idea as to maybe what happened to him. And right as she gets to that point, you guys hear a murmur coming from the wall of Ozan's office, and kind of like a scuttling going on. And she looks over at it, and a few seconds later, there is a giant explosion that blasts a hole in Ozen's office. And smoke fills the room, and there is a bit of fire, but it quickly goes out on the tree bark and like wood itself, but maybe a couple of like the books that were nearby are still burning a little bit. And you see in the hole a short woman that has a bunch of techie looking gear on her. It kind of looks like a bunch of gadgets kind of all over her. And she looks inside and looks at Ozen and says, "It's her. She's here." And then skedaddles away from the hole. What do you guys do?
Is that fucking Impa from Zelda?
If you want to think of her as looking like that, then sure.
I mean, I know I definitely made a mental note of the effect of fire on the tree.
Right, yeah. And by Impa, do you mean Pura?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Other than that, I'm just kind of like now thinking, looking at Ozen like,
She's just staring at the hole with like a small frown on her face. And if you guys don't do anything immediately, she just stands up and says, "I've heard of these damn bandits trying to take advantage of us, but this is pushing it a little far in my opinion." And she very quickly goes over to, you can see that there's like a little holder for her entire uniform, just like you see in the show. And she like very quickly dons it and like throws that little hat on her head and says, "You three stay here for a second. I'm going to go deal with this."
You sure you don't want to?
Let me exit first. You stay right there, Ahi. And as soon as she walks through the hole, are you guys like staying put, just like right there?
I'm gonna
stay
follow.
put. We stay put.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Ian? And then Dizeni?
I just said if she says to stay put, he's gonna stay put.
Okay. Dizeni?
Gil's gonna follow after her.
Okay, but you're definitely behind her, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gil, listen, dude.
She
said.
She said, "Let her go ahead." I'm following. Listen, faster we get this mess cleaned up, faster we can get back to business. All right.
She doesn't even like take note of you. She's just like walking out towards the hole.
I'm torn. I look at Ahi.
So if you don't do anything immediately, like this is over the span of like a few seconds that she like walks up. So like if you're hesitating at all, it's going to be over anyway.
Yeah, I'm hesitating.
Okay. So as soon as she gets to the hole, she walks out, and it's kind of like outside on the landing of the top of the tree. So like it's actually like the platform where the hole comes from. And as soon as she steps foot on that platform, there is a big blast of like almost force that comes from that hole, and you can see kind of like the air around her distort, and she gets fucking yeeted out into the trees, far away, like into the blackness. And you can tell, like, as she gets thrown out, she's like not hurt in any way. She's like, you can almost think of her as like fucking Saitamaing it up, where like he gets like ragdolled, but he's like in just a proper pose. Like as he's like being blown through the air, that's kind of what she looks like. And she gets thrown out into the trees far away from the seeker camp and past where you guys can see. And right after that, you see a very large, muscular woman burst through that hole and land on the floor of the office, followed by 3 other people. These people are, one, another girl who is that like techie girl that I described after the hole was blown open. A very suave looking gentleman-like fellow. And lastly, a small, frail-looking, like, mouse-like man that is kind of, like, sitting in the back. And do you guys, like, do anything in reaction to this as they're, like, coming in?
Just standing there, mouth agape, like, what the hell's going on?
I'm gonna shoot at the closest one with my grappling hook.
Oh, I forgot to do push to talk, but it's time to start whipping ass.
So you guys are gonna immediately start fighting?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's very obvious that they're bad. They hurt Nat's buddies. They just fucking yeeted Ozen across the trees.
Right, yeah. So, and the first person to come through the door would be the big muscular woman. So, if we want to go ahead and like start the round, I'm gonna say you guys can get the first like pop, if you will, and remember from our experience with the spiders. You can pop it to the enemies, and if you pop it just to yourselves and then let the enemies go, you could potentially give them the chance to all go twice. But in general, I'm probably not going to do that.
Okay.
So I'd say any of you can take it. You can deliberate amongst yourselves who wants to go first.
Well, it feels like Gil's going first.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I mean, as soon as that big woman comes in, is she coming in through the hole that they blew or the door?
Yeah, through the hole specifically.
Actually,
so
can Ahi go first? I think I'd like to have her, as soon as the first one comes out, start lining the hole as best she can with her tripwire to create an opening for Gil on as many of them as she can.
Yeah, go for
it. I don't know what I'd roll for that. Just
what exactly are you trying to do?
As soon as she sees the first person come in through the hole, she's going to assume more people are going to come through the hole. So she's going to put her razor wire across it, her razor silk. So
when you say put it across it, what do you mean?
Just start, spooling it out into the air. I don't know how close we are to the
I'd say like 15 feet from the wall.
All right, she'll use one of her sinkers then to whip it over there in that direction. So if they start to come across it, she can start grabbing it, getting a few of them tangled in it as best she can.
Right,
Opening it up for Gil.
Gotcha. So I can say like your wire's like prepped on the ground around where the hole was. So like as soon as you want to, you can like create an advantage for Gil and like whip it around. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah,
I'm saying that I'd like her to be the first to do that so that she can grant, like in her first turn, open them up for Gil's turn and Tom's turn.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Cool.
Just proficiency like she always rolls.
Are you? Would this be a create an advantage? Because in that case, you're essentially passing +2 on to Gil.
I don't remember the exact mechanics. Is that advantage just against one thing or just for his whole turn? Or
we can make like that can be an advantage against anyone he attacks, because you said you like spooled it out against like on the floor. So ideally, like as he shoots, you could say you whip up whoever he shoots at and like create an advantage for him.
Yeah, I'll create an advantage for him then.
Okay. Cool. So Gil, you said you would shoot the first person to come through the door, right?
Yeah. Before I shoot, can I get like a quick check? Like, does she have any weapons or is wearing anything like that?
Mm-hmm. The large muscular woman, she looks like she is wearing some type of fist weapon, if you will. It looks like she's wearing like big abyssal material gauntlets that look like if she were to punch you with them, it would hurt a lot.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'll try to shoot her in one of the arms with my harpoon then.
Okay. Go for it. Oh boy.
And there's a, what is it? Oh, there is a +2 on that because of my, that's just like the nature of my gun arm.
Right, yeah. So it is a 1.
And then another +2 from Ian.
Right, so if you want, you can spend a fate point, like, to re-roll. I mean, that's 3 minuses.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do, but then she gets the fate point.
So keep in mind that I cannot use that until the end of combat.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yep.
But what if next combat's hard?
Hell yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
All right, so that's a 4 +2 from your arm cannon, and then +2 from Ahi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, way better. All right. So as soon as she pops through the door, she has kind of like this big devilish smile on her face, and she gets greeted by a little silk thread at her feet, which as Gil winds up to shoot Ahi, you kind of whip up like around her leg and get her off balance a little bit for Gil to shoot, and it goes right into her lower abdomen, like basically like right where her abs would be, and it sinks in super deep. Like you got a really good hit in.
So I was aiming for like one of her arms. So
I'm sorry.
Did weapons to try to like at least take one out of commission?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. If you specified that, sorry if I missed that, but yeah. So you shoot one of her arms, and kind of in the same vein as what happened to Tom, it sinks deep in, and it is essentially just lodged there, and it hits her with a force that it actually like causes her to like spin a little bit. And like she falls down on one knee, on her left knee, and it is now lodged in her arm, and you can tell that it is deep and hurting enough to where she probably won't be able to use that arm anymore.
Okay. And then can I also real quick activate my greaves to just like lock my feet into the floor?
Yep. Yeah, go for it.
Cool. I do that. That's my turn. I'm actually going to popcorn it to her. Okay,
cool. So for her turn, let's just say that in this particular scenario, at the start of her turn, the rest of her people are kind of like coming out of the hole, but they're not like necessarily in the office just yet. She actually looks over at you and gives you a little bit of a smile, and it's like, oh, looks like we got some tough ones over here, and they're just little red whistles. Would you look at that? And she grabs the rope from your harpoon arm with her other gauntlet and yanks it as hard as she can. And go ahead and do a physique check for me. You have your boots into the ground right now, but she is pulling you really hard. And if you remember that one warning that Odie gave you about your feet being locked in place and you being yanked somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what happens there. So go ahead and give me a physique roll. Woo. Holy fuck, boy. You are a strong dad man. Boy. Okay. So, even with that roll, you, not that you get put off balance, but you can tell that, like, you get pulled to the point where, like, your knees almost come to, like, full lock, in which case, like, you could feel that if she were to pull you much harder, like it might like bend your knees over the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but you managed to successfully resist that. So right now she's basically just on the ground trying to yank you right now, and that is her turn. So, I'm going to pop it over to the gadgety girl. She pops out of the hole and she immediately sprints over to the front 2 doors of the office and just starts working on something, like she's laying down something. And that is going to be her turn. And I'm going to pop it over to Tom.
She had to run past me to do that, right?
You guys are like probably 15 feet away from the wall, so not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go for her. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and say I didn't bring my whole backpack. I just have like stuff that attaches to me. So I have my tranquilizing laser, my compact pick.
Mm-hmm.
So I like wear them on my arms. I don't know, do I want to like run up and just like hit her with a freaking pickaxe? Like just murder this woman?
Keep in mind that all 4 of these people look like they are very proficient in what they do. So the idea of you just going up and hitting this person with a pick, like it might work, but you also get the sense that they are pretty skilled. So,
all right, yeah, I'll like flick my wrist, bring out my compact pick, run to her, and just kind of go like just wail on her with the pick.
Okay.
Or maybe do one thing. Pick hit. Alright, so +1 damage on fight rolls.
Yep.
Alright, 0.
Yeah.
You can spend a fate point if you want on that.
I have 4 of them. Oh, what the heck. Yeah.
You're gonna...
Better.
Alright, I got a 1.
Alright, with that roll, let me do a quick... Okay. Yep, unfortunately with that roll, she manages to deflect your pickaxe hit with, it appears like she has a gadget that is attached to her back. She's wearing like a backpack, and a little arm comes out and like blocks the pick from actually hitting her. It actually looks pretty similar to what Dina had, the medical lady, that third arm thing, but it like comes out and blocks your pick hit, and she like kind of just pushes you away, so you didn't actually manage to get a hit in with that.
Where's everyone getting these cool backpacks from?
Okay, who do you popcorn it to? You have the little rat-like guy and the suave guy.
Suave guy?
Okay. So the suave guy is actually going to walk out and say, hold up, everyone. Hold on. There's no reason to fight here. We're just here to take a few artifacts from Mrs. Ozen. We know that she has probably more than she needs over here. And let's be honest, there's no real reason for us to fight. I assure you that we're very powerful, and I see that you're just little red whistles. We won't hurt you if you just leave us to our devices, okay?
Mrs. Ozen?
No.
Yeah, we let you leave here and you just go on and keep attacking Delvers all around the place.
Yeah, we're not just going to stop you from stealing stuff. We're going to kill you.
Oh, are you sure about that? And he,
Pretty sure.
Yeah, he gives you a little bit of a bow and, looks up at you and says, well, I guess if there's nothing to be done about that, then... Oh, touché. And he whips out what appears to be a small rapier that, extends out into, a full-on like a full rapier, and he like assumes a fighting stance. But that is going to be his turn for now. And the little mole-like guy, the more I think of him, I think of like fucking Wormtail. He's not gonna say anything, and he's gonna come up to the big beefy woman and fiddle around in his backpack and pull out what appears to be like a small set of like scissors, and cut out the harpoon from the girl's arm and quickly slap a small bandage on it, and like kind of skulk behind her. And you can tell like it hurts the girl like hell, like because he basically just like ripped out the harpoon, but it's now no longer lodged in her arm, but she is still holding on to the rope with her other hand, if that makes sense. So, who to popcorn to? Who wants it? Gil, Tom, Ahi?
I'll take it.
Okay. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Cool. What you got, Tom?
I'm gonna crank up my tranquilizing laser just to 1 overcharge, because I only get 4 of them.
So keep in mind, if you crank it to overcharge, that it essentially takes a turn to overcrank it. But
1 turn. Okay, I see. Okay.
yeah, but you can get just the base shot of it. You can just fire every time.
How much is just the base fire? Like, if I'm shooting it right into her eyeballs.
Yeah, it's just your standard shoot skill.
No, but like, how blinding is it?
It's your standard shoot skill. So you
I see.
You would roll shoot against them, and it would be will damage to them.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just do the standard. Just pew.
Okay. Are you like backing up away from her a little bit, like out of arm's reach or anything?
Can I do both? take like just a little step back and shoot her.
Yeah. How about this? I'll give you a +2 because you are essentially like right in this person's face with this laser.
Yeah. All right. So I'll take like a step back to what I think is out of range of her backpack, and then I'll shoot her.
Mm-hmm.
For -1.
Oh boy, these rolls.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You want to spend a fate point on that?
Not this time.
Okay.
Spend one of my fate points. I'll tangle up their leg and pull them off balance a little bit. I'll use one of my fate points for a reroll.
Okay.
So I reroll?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
There you go. Very nice. Okay, and you get +2 on top of that from what I said before, so that is a 4. And let me roll for her.
Morgan, sorry, which one were you shooting?
My tranquilizing laser.
Which target?
Oh, the tech girl that's by the door setting up something.
Cool.
Now that she's like on the floor, do I have a better look at what she's setting up?
Yeah, after you shoot her, it looks like she is setting up some sort of trap there. But the hit is a good hit, and you can tell she's kind of like reeling from it and is like kind of like stumbled over to the ground after being hit by the laser. And she's basically just like covering her eyes right now.
Okay, cool. I have popcorn. Should I popcorn to Ahi then, since you were doing something? Like doing the laser, or the wire?
That was just a thing for your...
Oh, okay. Then,
yeah, he was just spending one of his fate points for you.
Yeah.
I feel like I should popcorn to a bad guy. Yeah. Oh god, I'm scared.
This whole turn thing is kind of confusing.
think it's confusing. I just don't know what the best choice is. I'll do Fifi, or no, I'll do Tech Girl since we're right here.
Okay. Oh, what about it is confusing?
Because it's like, what turn are we on? So it's kind of, because we're popcorning around, it's kind of unclear which enemy has gone this turn.
Oh, okay. If you want, I can, let me see if I can put up a turn order and just put everyone in there. I can put like a 1 if they've gone, but I'm keeping track of it if you ever want to like ask like who's gone. But right now in this turn, just Tom has gone. So
Okay.
The end of the last turn was the little mole-like guy ripping the anchor out of the beefy girl's arm. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So the gadgety girl, she's actually going to mostly ignore you, and even though she's like reeling on the ground, she's going to do her best to set up the rest of the trap. And you can tell that
with her eyes closed or blinded.
She's not completely blinded. I mean, that was a good hit, but it's not like she can't see anything at all. That would be a based on your roll. I mean, that was a 4. It's not like she can't see at all.
Mm.
Yep. So she is going to finish setting up her trap and then just run away from the door back to the rest of her group, away from you.
Dang it. Can I see like what kind of trap it looks like what might activate it?
Yep, you can tell pretty much, like, you can have a pretty good hint as to what's going to happen. It's basically just a long wire that is spanning across the doors so that if they were to open, they were to trip. And on either side of the wire looks to be just like a little device. It's a device that looks the same on either side, and it has like a little needle that is kind of like sticking out towards the center of the door, like they're both facing each other.
Does it look like if I hit it with my pick, it can make it worse?
I mean, you can try.
I'll try it on my next turn. Like, why not?
Okay. So who are you popcorning to?
Well, I popcorn to Tech Girl, so you popcorn now.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to popcorn it over to Ahi.
Alright, he's just gonna see that she's completed the trap and be like, no, I don't think I will have that go off on anybody, and just whip the razor silk up around the tripwire and just yank on it.
Okay. Keep in mind, Tom is still pretty close to it.
Well, you said it was darts pointing towards the door. I mean, Tom's not going to be any closer to it than that lady was.
So, let me put it this way. There are needle-like objects that are, they're a little bit wider than where the door is, but they're a little bit far away from the door, basically so that like once the door is fully open, it would hit that tripwire. But, I mean, I guess you could go for it. You could see what's going to happen.
Also, Ian, the tech girl ran away from the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, I mean, you can just do it and would I roll, athletics to dodge it, or just based on?
I guess
we don't even know what it is.
I'm just having trouble imagining the simultaneous turn thing, I guess. How she would, zip, zop, zoobity bop up there, set the trap, and get away.
She's taken 2 turns to do that.
Just stand there slack-jawed.
So you can imagine the first turn was going over, and if you really want specifics, the first turn was going over and setting up one side. The second turn was taking the tripwire, setting up the other side, and running back. It's not a whole lot to do.
Gotcha.
Foreigners.
Okay, I guess I'll just do an attack roll then. She'll just go for the one that's still contesting Gil's grapple.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go ahead and do a straight up and down attack on her by maneuvering the razor wire around her.
Okay. So that's proficiency from you? Yep. Okay, cool. And any fate points or anything?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let me roll for her defend. Okay, so you get a hit in, but it's a very light hit. So when you try and whip that around, she actually takes Gil's harpoon and kind of like uses it as a little bit of a block for the razor wire that's coming towards her. So it kind of like wraps around that a little bit, but you do manage to like scrape her legs a little bit. So it does slash in, but it's a very small hit in that.
All right. That's it.
Okay.
Who's gone so far and who's not?
So the people who have left to go are Gil, the suave guy, the mole-like guy, and the beefy lady.
I'll popcorn to the suave guy.
Okay. So he has that rapier out, and he sees Gil there locked in place with those greaves, and he's just going to straight up lunge at you, Gil.
All right, so just to clarify, I would have had to like specify that I've like activated the shield to use it.
Oh no, you can use it in response to anything.
Oh hell yeah! Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, based on the description, with the way that you move your wrist in that hand, you can just imagine it's a specific way where like one way will collapse it and one way will extend it, and based on how long you hold it, it will like extend so far. But the extension happens very fast, so like less than a second, it will be at that full distance. So if you wanted to, you could like fully extend it. Like if you see him rushing towards you, you could probably fully extend it before it even comes off.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right, so go ahead and roll a defend roll for me. A physique defend +3 with that shield.
Pow, 6.
Nice. So with that, as he starts lunging towards you, how big do you make your shield?
Because this is the first time I've actually used it, I imagine it's just the full width.
Right, yep, okay. So he lunges at you, and all of a sudden, essentially a wall appears in front of him, and he basically just smacks into it. Like, he's like running really fast trying to get to you, and he just like charges into the fucking wall that has just been created. And granted, it is like you holding that with your hand, so it like does like force you a little bit, but you're still locked in place, so it doesn't actually move. So he just like splats against it and like kind of trips backwards, and that's his turn. And
fucking
then
amateur.
So the buff lady, I'm gonna popcorn it over to her. She sees that, and because she still has your harpoon, she actually sprints around real fast and tries to clothesline Ahi with the rope from the harpoon.
How can you clothesline with just one person?
Because it's locked in place on Gil, so she's like running around with it, and you can tell she is like abnormally fast. It's not just like a person running; she is like fucking booking it, as you will, and she's basically got the harpoon like taut in her hand, and she's just running past Ahi to like try and clothesline her with it.
Ahi, duck.
Go ahead and roll a a defense roll for physique.
Not even
Nice.
close, Bobby. Beat that.
Surprisingly, she does beat it. Not by a whole lot, but you can tell that she is probably their leader for a reason. And you manage to duck down a little bit, but let's just say, like, as you're ducking, it like hits like the side of like your shoulder or something. I'm trying to think of a way that like it would still like hit you, but like not super bad. You know what I mean? Well, you give me some flair. How does it hit you? You're gonna be taking 3 physical stress from this.
I'd say it just knocks my ass down. I mean, I can get back up fast enough for my next turn, but, you know, it conks me on the back of the head.
Right, yeah. Okay, sounds good. All right.
I'm going to take all 3 of it just as physical stress, though.
Okay. Sounds good. Cool.
You're going to have to do better than that.
She gives you a smile and says, "Oh, you wait."
Oh no.
All right, and the last person is the mole-like guy, and
Excuse me, what about Gilliam Hawthorne?
oh, that's right. I'm sorry, you haven't. I forgot. Yep. I'm going to pop it over to you then.
Okay, I mean, you could give it to that guy if you want. I'm just
No, I'm going to give it to you first.
Okay. How tall is the beefy woman?
Like 6.5 feet tall.
All right, Gil's pretty tall. All right. So I'm assuming like if Gil like reached his hand over her head, that would be taller than she is.
Yeah. Like if you put your hand up, it's definitely taller than 6.5 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna disengage my boots.
Okay.
I'm going to run up to her, hold my hand above her head, and activate the compression cube.
Oh no.
Which currently has a 5.5 diameter boulder in it. I did the math using the density of granite. A boulder of diameter 5.5 would be roughly 8,700 pounds.
Okay, sounds good.
Dude, you're gonna break the tree.
So I'm basically just going to drop that on her head.
All right. So this is going to be a roll not for her to like resist this. This is going to be a roll for her to get out of the way, because granted, like when you do that, there's still going to be a second for it to fall. But yeah, this is going to be a big roll. So fuck. I'm not sure if you would roll to attack here. I think it would just be a roll for her to defend. So all right, I think I got it. All right, I'm going to roll. Oh boy. Okay, with that roll, she is going to sidestep out of the way very slightly, but you catch her leg as the boulder is falling down, and it like falls on her lower left leg. So it is like her leg is now pinned underneath the boulder and is like crushed underneath it, and she is basically like stationary there, and she lets out a big pained howl.
Just out of curiosity, would she have let go of the rope when that happens?
I'm gonna say yeah, like that was enough of a hit for. I mean, her leg is pretty much crushed, so
right.
She winces and lets go.
All right. After that, can I run back towards Tom and kind of just like whip? Not necessarily. I don't think I'd have time to spool it all back up, but kind of just like whip it away from her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still like lying loose on the floor somewhere.
Yep. That's cool.
Cool. That's my turn.
Cool. All right. So last up is the rat-like looking guy, and he actually scurries over to the back side of you, Gil. Is your shield still out?
It's not like fully extended now.
In that case, amongst the the ruckus, he's going to slink behind. Let's do Ahi. He's going to slink behind Ahi, and you can tell he's kind of crawling around almost, and he like tries to get like behind you, and whips out a small bright red dagger and tries to stab you in the back with it.
Hey, stop.
Hey, don't do that.
Oh, he's gonna get fucking crit damage.
So go ahead and roll a physique defend for me. Okay. Oh boy.
Can I do a fate point to just shoot him with a laser? Like distract him? So he misses, or is his back to me?
Also, how close are the three heroes right now to each other?
So you're standing right next to Tom, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how close Tom was to Ahi at that point.
Right. So Ahi, from what we've talked about, you haven't kind of like moved from your original place, right? You haven't like moved around the room much at all.
No.
Okay.
I'm a puppet master. I need not move.
Yeah. So I imagine you guys are probably like a few feet away. There is the giant boulder with the beefy looking woman kind of like trapped underneath it right now. A few feet away from Tom and Gil. There is the suave man who had smashed into Gil but like fell over off of his shield. Pretty close by where the beefy girl is. And then the engineer girl who had like run back over to where the hole was. And now we're doing the moonlight guy who is now behind Ahi.
I more just want to know, am I close enough to use dad reflexes?
Nowhere's really too far to use dad reflexes when you think about it.
I'm just trying to think of how you would do that. I guess you could just like sprint over and like shield behind her.
I think it'd be more of just like pushing Ahi out of the way as soon as I saw the guy.
Okay. Yeah. You know what I say go for it. So using your daddy reflexes, you see that dagger coming in for Ahi, and you push her out of the way. So damage is all going to you. Now you can roll a physique defend with your fucking +3.
That's how we said dad reflexes work.
Yep. Okay. So that's a 6. And okay. So as you push Ahi out of the way, as the dagger's coming in, it still actually grazes you in the side of the leg, like as you're like pushing by, and puts a little bit of a cut in your leg, which doesn't immediately hurt all that much. So take 1 physical stress from that. But then after a moment, you feel this searing pain start to creep up that leg and go into the rest of your body. And go ahead and take 3 will damage off of that.
Oof. Hey, Ian, just curious, because I know you buffed Ahi up. How much like of physical and mental stress can you take now?
6 of each.
Nice.
She can bounce back.
Okay, so that was the final person. So the round is resetting. Who would like to go next? Would any of you like to go next, or should I popcorn over to someone else?
I don't have a burning desire to go right away.
I mean, the mole went last, so doesn't he get to choose?
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep it open to keep it interesting for you guys. So technically it is my choice, but this is a collaborative storytelling podcast. So, in that case, I'll pop it over to the engineering lady who is sitting by the hole right now. And she actually whips out what appears to be a long, out of character, a gun-like thing that has a trigger on it, and she points it at Ahi again, and pulls the trigger, and you can actually see it start to charge up. It starts like crackling with electricity and shoots a bolt of what appears to be like lightning at you, Ahi. And go ahead and do a physique roll for me.
What do you think about that?
Oh boy. Any fate points?
Any last words?
Could I use a fate point when I see her aiming to...
I don't think that'll be necessary. You see,
Oh?
I am uncannily prepared. I saw this situation arising, and when I saw it arise, I thought, yes, a gun-like thing. So I carefully, using the airflow of the room, threaded my razor silk through the
Here we go.
the trigger hole, completely blocking her ability to fire.
I'm sorry, did you just like fucking Matrix her?
That's my special ability. I can do one per day. It's just
You just do the Matrix? What?
That was some methods of rationality shit.
It's yeah. I get to like retcon
Be
that
Batman.
I was uncannily prepared for one thing per session.
Yeah. As you put in your character sheet, be Batman for a turn.
Yes.
So, can I modify that slightly and just make it so that instead of not firing at all, you push the gun out of the way so it still fires but doesn't hit you?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think that's just going to be more interesting. So
Yeah, so we can see what the weapon actually does.
yeah. So you manage to like, let's say you like hit the razor wire with against like her fingers and like kind of slice them up a bit. And she like
No, that I will not concede. It was a perfectly placed.
Okay, all right. It gets knocked out of the way, and it fires and hits the wall on the other side, and it pretty much is exactly like what I described before, a bolt of lightning, and it shoots out, and it's like one of the loudest things you ever heard. It's like a lightning strike coming out like not very far away from your face, and it hits the other side of the wall and causes like a big explosion. And that is actually has caused a small fire to appear on the wood, but it's not anything to really be worried about. It looks like it might go out soon, but it is there, just so you know.
Excellent.
Yes. So I'm gonna popcorn it over to you, Ahi, after that.
All right. I think just because he's so close, the wormtail guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna whip around and with just the loose razor silk that's near me. Just go ahead and try to slash that across him and get him entwined if I can, but straight up and down attack.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good.
Hell yeah.
Sure, it'd be
good.
nice if I could roll something good ever.
It was a -1, so not too terrible, but you do manage to get a hit in off of that, but it's a small grazing hit. It does manage to wrap around his leg a little bit, and like it seems like that's going to maybe actually slow him down a little bit for the future, because it's now like he's like just bleeding out of his let's say left leg. That is where you said you were trying to wrap around, right?
No, I was trying to wrap around like a vital point, whether either it's like his head or chest or something.
Oh, okay. And in that case, let's say it wraps around his head and it actually catches him like right above the eye, and like a spurt of blood comes over his eye. So he's now like, there's like blood in his left eye, and he's like reeling from that, like trying to wipe it out.
Yeah.
Okay, who do you popcorn to?
Let's bring Tom in here.
All right. Remind me, looking at the door, what do I surmise is going to happen when someone tries to come in?
All I've told you is like what it looks like. I mean, this is the fucking abyss. It could do fucking anything, man. Like
I just see like a tripwire. Something is going to happen.
Yeah, with devices at either end of it.
Okay.
The entrance door, right? Not the door to her trove of treasures.
This is all just one big room, so there's kind of just stuff scattered about everywhere. But it's in front of the entrance door. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I guess I should say the two big wooden doors that open into this chamber.
Do I want to prioritize that, or just try to take these people down? I don't even know what I can do. Just like hit it with a pick and see what happens.
I mean, I'd say hopefully people are going to come help soon. So I think that door would be a kind of a priority.
Yeah.
If you have something ranged that could like trip it.
I don't. I have my pick, but it's just, a pickaxe. I'm just holding my hand. I can shine a laser at it, see what happens. I guess I'll just go to whichever side of the door is closer to me and just hit one of the little things with my pick and see what happens.
One of the devices?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm scared.
It's funny, when you do that, it seems like they are completely locked in place and do not move even a tiny little bit. Your pick like pings off of them like there's solid pieces of steel just dug into the wood on the floor.
I just wish I had something I could throw to like trip the wire from a distance, but I don't. And I don't really want to just like trip it, just to trip it.
I'm assuming there's like rubble just lying around the room.
Yeah, is there not anything in this room I could like throw to try to trip the wire?
I mean, you could, yeah. Like, if you're going to be standing far enough away from it, like, you're going to have to tell me, like, how far away you're standing from it when you throw that thing. And depending on how far, you're going to have to make a roll to see if you actually hit the tripwire. You know what I mean?
Alright, so I run up, I hit it with my pickaxe, nothing happens. I'll run back to my original position. You said that was like 15 feet?
Yeah.
I'll just go back to my original spot. Tried and true. Seems like a good spot. And just throw, like, I'm assuming there's, like, bark or something from the tree.
I mean, there's fucking books all over the floor from when the explosion went off. So you could just say you grab, like, a book or some shit.
Yeah. As much as it pains me to destroy a book like that. Yeah, I'll just throw it.
Okay.
At the wire. Is that athletics, you think?
I was thinking proficiency.
Okay.
It's because you're throwing something, that seems like...
It's 5.
Hell yeah.
Nice. So, you actually throw the book and it hits that tripwire dead on. And it looks like when you hit it, that tripwire actually has quite a bit of resistance to it. Like, it would take a lot of pressure to actually trip it, like someone trying to forcefully open a door. But... You got a really good proficiency roll, so...
I threw a really heavy book.
Yep, you did it. You chucked that book at it, and you managed to hit the tripwire, and almost, like, bounces off of it a little bit, but you see it trip, and when that happens, there is a giant surge of electricity between those 2 points on the on the like the barbs on either of those devices at either end, and the electricity like spans out like really far all the way around it, and you can tell it's like arcing everywhere, and to the point where the doors, which are not made out of the wood of the tree, they're just like doors crafted out that are like hinged, that are hinged on there. They're not part of the living tree. They actually get like blown off of their hinges from this. And you can actually see on the other side of the door, coming up, who is looked to be about to open it, was Maruk, who stands there kind of aghast as to what's happening. She sees the scene and just takes off running in the other direction.
Can we say I look super cool? Like, she sees the door blast open, I look manly and tough.
Yes.
My hair blowing from the force of electricity.
Yes.
Just look like a tough boy. Okay, so the electricity's done, right? It was like a big spark and now it's done, it's safe.
As far as you know, that the tripwire that was connecting the two is no longer there. It has broken. So the devices are still there, but the tripwire is not.
So in my mind, it's safe, and I'm gonna turn around and say, guys, Maruk is getting help, and that's my turn. I did something helpful.
Hey, there you go.
All right, I will popcorn too.
Put me in, coach.
All right, get him, Gil.
All right, so I'm assuming the beefy lady is on the ground now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to basically just run up and curb stomp her.
Dude, take her gauntlet.
Curb stomp her with what? Just your feet?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stomp on her head as hard as I can.
Yeah, can you stand on her and then activate the greaves? Would you just squish her?
That was the plan.
Keep in mind for what's pinned underneath. It's it's her lower leg,
yeah.
So it her knee joint can still bend. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
you're saying she's still squirrely.
She can still be in a somewhat kneeling position, but she can't move.
Okay, got it. So she's not flat on the ground.
Correct.
She can't twist around. If your lower leg is stuck, you're stuck.
Yeah. She can't really move from where she is, but she can still pivot about her left knee, where her left foot and lower leg is pinned underneath the rock.
Okay, never mind on that then. Is the rapier guy still on the ground?
Yeah, it's been a while since he has taken a turn, so yeah, he's still there.
Okay, yeah, I'll go curb stomp him then.
Okay. Shit, I don't know. I guess that would just be a straight up fight roll.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And my intent is once I stomp on his head, I'm gonna activate the greaves.
Oh boy.
The one greave.
Right.
To just spike it into his head.
I love it.
So I don't know what you'd rule that as.
Oh. Well, any fate points?
I'm trying to see whether it would be beneficial to reroll or just.
I'm going to tell you right now, this guy has really good fight. That's his whole spiel. You can kind of get that by the fact that he looked like a duelist.
Yeah.
So you'd have to roll big on a straight up fight roll to beat this guy.
I want to spend a fate point to help you, but I don't know how I can.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I'm just looking through all my shit.
Would me yelling get him, Gil, would that be enough to I encourage you?
Oh boy.
So I didn't know how you want to roll it with the Greaves thing. Is that something that would happen after the fight roll, or could I use that as a thing I invoke for the fight roll?
I mean, you could. So you're basically trying to stomp on him and then activate the Greaves. So
yeah.
I imagine if he rolled higher than you in his fight defend roll, then he's going to get out of the way.
Okay. I'll just spend a fate point on a reroll. See what happens. Might as well, right? Gotta gamble.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gil.
So unfortunately with that, are you still, when you try to stomp down, are you still like activating your greaves like in the down process? So like when it hits down, it activates?
No, I was gonna do it after I stomped on him.
Okay, yeah, I just thought it'd be kind of like a cool visual thing. Yeah, you go to stomp on his head, and he nimbly whips himself up out of the way and rolls over. So you unfortunately do not, in fact, curb stomp him.
Okay, I'll popcorn to him.
Okay, so having learned his lesson after trying to charge you before with that big shield, he's gonna look over at Tom after he did what he did with the trap, and then do that same lunge at Tom. So Tom, go ahead and give me a physique roll.
Also, yeah, not to be too disruptive, you defend against physical attacks with fight. You don't use physique for that.
So it depends on what the role is. I get, yeah, for this one in particular, it would be fight. You're right about that.
I thought can't you choose to like either defend or fight back? Don't you have to like make that distinction?
Let me double check on this.
So which skills can be used to attack and defend? Fight and shoot can be used to make physical attacks. Athletics can be used to defend against any physical attack. Fight can be used to defend against melee physical attacks. Provoke can be used to make a mental attack. Will can be used to defend against mental attacks.
For sure, physique was like same thing for athletics. I thought instead of athletics, it was physique. Like that makes so much more sense, right?
I agree.
So let's say for consistency's sake, we'll keep it as physique for now, because
I'm looking at what it does. Physique just gives you more physical stress and consequence slots, and allows you to perform superhuman feats of strength.
We also did change the aspects for like Abyss.
I don't think physique was one of them, though.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about it? I mean, this can be a collective decision, so.
I mean, this is kind of puts me in the position that Ahi was in, where I like built my character based on what I thought was the rules, but might not actually be.
I defer to the judgment of the crew. Y'all are better at this than me.
I mean, I don't have a problem with physique being used for, defending against physical attacks as well. But when I built my character, when I was replacing fight with my ability to use proficiency, I did that in mind that I would be able to defend myself with my razor wire by using fight.
Okay. Let's say for defense rolls, physique is more like trying to buffly tank a hit, but you can also roll athletics if you want to try and evade hits using like dexterity. You know what I mean? So it's like a dexterity versus like constitution type thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And a fight would be like trying to clash swords or just like physically buffer them off of your body with your weapons or whatever you have to attack, whether it's your metal hand or whatever.
Right, yeah. Okay, cool. So I guess with that in mind, Tom, defend with what you will. What is your highest of those? I'm not even. I think it's.
What were my options again?
athletics, physique, and fight. So it looks like athletics is your highest at +1. So,
yes, it is.
So in that case, you're going to be attempting to like try and dodge out of the way of this sword.
Yeah, it's the most Tom-like thing to do.
That's one athletic young man.
Oh shit, boy! Wow, that was.
I'm a nimble little boy.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I kind of built myself to be. I'm like built like a nerd. I'm light and skinny.
So, I actually have 3 fate points to use right now from my original 3 fate points. I don't get any of the fate points that you guys are spending right now, but I think I'm going to use one here to add +2 because I kind of want something to happen. You guys have not been hurting yet, and this is. I want to say.
I have.
You guys do not have a single consequence yet.
True.
Why do you want to hurt your friends?
Because it's interesting. So this guy, once again, is really good at fight, and I'm going to go ahead and blow fate point. So with that, you are actually going to still take 5 physical stress.
Woohoo! So I have a max of 3.
Yep, so you can... I would recommend for you to take a medium consequence and then absorb 1 physical stress. That's probably going to be the most advantageous for you. You could also do a miter consequence and then soak up all of your physical stress, but that kind of leaves you open in the future. So
no, I like taking the medium stress. And so my physical or moderate consequence. My physical stress is only at 1. What is my consequence?
So he's going to lunge at you with the sword, and you still manage to deftly dodge out of the way. But let's say one of your limbs gets pierced. Which limb would you like to get pierced?
If we say it's my arm with the leather glove, will I take less of a consequence?
No.
Then I'd like to save my expensive leather. Take my regular arm.
Okay. All right. So you managed to. This is actually this will be funny. When you dodge out of the way, he doesn't get you straight through the heart where he was aiming, but he does get you right in the exact same place where Gil had shot you with that harpoon, and the rapier goes through your arm and is now stuck in your arm.
Not again! All right, so rapier in arm.
Yes.
Is it like in my arm, or did he like poke me and pull it back out?
No, it is in your arm, and he is actually going to be holding on to you right now.
Can we say that when I was ducking, I like pulled my glove off my hand? Or is that too like matrixy?
For what purpose?
Because, I got my little nubbins. I could try scratching them.
I don't think it's going to be any more effective than like regular fingernails.
Did I specifically say I am still holding my peck actually from when I first, yeah. Oh well, then screw that. Yeah. Is it my turn right now?
So let's see. Who has to go? We've got the beefy lady left, who is still trapped underneath that thing. We've got the mole-like man. Ahi, Gil, and Tom. You have all gone this round, right?
Have I?
Yeah. Tom,
yes, I did.
Yep.
And then the tech lady went because she tried to shoot Ahi.
Yep. Mm-hmm. The mole-like guy who, after he got that slash in on you, he is, going to go, so he sees the, the suave, God, that's the word I was looking for. He sees the suave guy, with the rapier, lodged in Tom's arm, and he's actually going to slink around and hold that dagger that stabbed you, Gil, right up to Tom's neck and not doing anything about it and say, the two of you stop right now, or the little boy gets it. And he's actually gonna, like, dig the blade just ever so slightly into Tom's neck. So, like, a little tiny bead of blood forms.
Ouchies!
Yeah, so it's not gonna, like, actually add any stress, but you can feel the same way that Gil felt that, like, pain sensation. Like, it hurts probably way more than it probably should.
Yeah, excuse you, I feel very distressed right now. Held at knife point with a magic knife.
Yeah. So, with that, I'm gonna popcorn that over to the beefy lady because, just to finish up this turn. And she actually grunts to herself and she takes that gauntlet and winds up really hard and actually punches the part of the boulder that's sitting on top of it. And you can tell there's like a big forceful like field that gets pushed away from the gauntlet, and it actually rockets the boulder off of her leg and moves it a few feet backwards.
What the fuck? How much does that boulder weigh again?
Like 8,000 pounds, probably.
What the fuck?
But the thing is,
that's Tom out loud.
Yeah, but on the bright side, her leg is still very, very much crushed underneath. So, like, her foot and lower left leg are basically like a pancake right now. So, while the boulder is off, she, like, tries to, like, stand up even a little bit, and, like, she just, like, crashes back down on the ground and is basically on that knee. And that's going to be the end of her turn. So, I guess we're kind of in a weird situation right now, because, Tom, you're essentially getting held up. As far as popcorning, I think the most interesting and most relevant person to go to would probably be Gil in this case, because I would like to see how he acts on the situation with Tom.
Okay, Gil's gonna kind of hold his hands up, say, all right, listen, we've both taken some hits here. You know, it's not gonna be much longer before we got help coming. You guys take your men, get out of here. We get our men. Everyone lives.
Are you directing that to anyone in particular, or just to the group as a whole?
I mean, to everyone, but specifically to the mole, because he's the one, like, with the knife to Tom's throat.
Right. So the mole actually, like, glances over at the big beefy lady to see how she responds to that. And she says, well, I gotta admit, that was quite the fight you guys put up. I can't even say my leg anymore. I guess my pancake foot is hurting pretty bad right now. That was a pretty clever trick you had with that boulder. Something I wasn't expecting from Red Whistles. And she kind of like
Metal Gear.
She kind of
go ahead.
She kind of limps her way over, and or I guess I should say crawls her way over, and the engineering lady actually like comes over and like looks at the leg, and she says, so what, you're gonna just let us go then?
Like you said, we're just a couple Red Whistles.
I'll tell you what, maybe we'll just take this little one for assurance that you're not gonna come after us. What do you say we come back another time, guys? And the engineering lady whips out something from her backpack. You can actually see it's that like arm thing, and she like wraps that part of the backpack around her leg, and the arm like kind of extends out and is acting like kind of a pseudo leg, if you will. It's just kind of like sticking down and moving around. and she like kind of stands up, but not really. Like she's like hobbling around, obviously.
What? She's like freaking Doc Ock now?
You can tell this is a very temporary solution that the engineering lady just thought up.
Can I say I'm like darting with my eyes from like me to like just the group around me, like trying to say like, if you see your shot, take it. Like, you know, communicating with my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a real quick question. I don't know if Gil would know this. Maybe not. Maybe he would by us walking around on the floor. Do we know if there's like anything directly below us? Would it be like a drop in the floor below us in this office?
You can tell
it's pretty high, right?
Yeah, so the floor below you, I mean, I can just go off of the show with this, because if you remember, she fucking slammed Rico into the ground with Ozen force, and it just kind of like cracked in the ground. There is definitely a large amount of wood between her floor and the next ceiling.
Okay.
But they start like slowly backing up towards that hole, and the rapier guy still has the rapier like lodged in Tom's arm, and the other guy has the knife at Tom's neck, and they just slowly start backing up towards the hole.
I would like to subtly squeeze my sunstone as hard as possible, but still like keep the light completely covered.
Okay. Yep. You've got like, say it's like in your pocket or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yep. You've got that going on.
You want me to roll for that, or is that just
no? You can
back and just keep it covered.
Yeah. You can just do that.
Hey, listen, y'all. He's just a kid. I'm just trying to keep him safe. You don't need to take him with you.
And then I yeet it directly into the guy's eyes.
Which guys?
The one holding Tom.
Keep in mind, he does have like the knife like to his throat. Like, even if you blind him, he can still like feel.
Well, I'm just gonna assume that his first instinct isn't to immediately throw away the only leverage he has.
Well, yeah.
And if Tom dies, that is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Okay. Wait, hang on.
If Ahi throws the stone at the guys, Gil is gonna just press the compression cube to the floor, pray, and in his mind imagine the floor getting sucked up into the cube.
Okay. This will be an interesting thing to think of. So, in your mind, what exactly are you envisioning at this moment? Like, literally, are you thinking of the abstract concept of the floor?
So what Gil is picturing in his mind is like from basically, I guess, in like a cone kind of shape out from directly where he put the cube down, and a cone spreading out to encompass like where the bad guys are standing. And imagine just like taking a jigsaw and cutting out of the floor in that shape.
Okay, so like how deep in the floor below them are you thinking?
I mean, in Gil's mind, he's picturing like a few feet deep, and there's the ceiling to the other side, but he doesn't know that for sure. He's just picturing a clear hole through to the next floor down.
Right. So, let's make sure we do this in the proper order. Are you? This is in response to Ahi throwing that, right?
Yeah, he's like, all right, it's going off. Got to do something.
Okay.
Well, we were both primed by Tom to take our shot if we see it.
Right.
So
yeah.
I would prefer, be as simultaneous as is reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in that sense, you both do this essentially at the same time. The sunstone gets thrown at essentially like they're all pretty much blinded by this. I mean, it's a giant bright thing that's being thrown at them. But it doesn't sway their grip on Tom. And then Gil, you try to use the compression cube in that way. And when you imagine that in your mind, when you stick it up against the floor, the cube like seems to vibrate intensely for a second, but does not actually consume what you're going for.
Does anything happen, or it just like vibrates and
No,
sputters out?
It's almost like it errors out.
Can artifacts have error messages?
It says a 404 does not understand.
All right, well, that's what we did.
I mean, if we're given any type of surprise round by them recovering from the blindness, I'd like for us to both, if we can take another turn to capitalize on that.
So it's funny you say that, because when you throw them, they are definitely blinded for a second, and they are getting kind of close to the hole at this point. And as they are slightly reeling from the blindness, and you two might be as well just a little bit, you actually see in the hole, after the light dims a little bit, is Ozen standing there.
Freaking finally!
Yeah, with what appears to be fire in her eyes. You can tell that, like, she's not someone to get, like, overtly angry. Like, she's not the shouting type, but you can tell she is unhappy. And
I start just cheering, like, yeah!
well, you don't see her because you're facing away from the hole.
Oh.
And
I can sense her presence with my heart.
yeah, and neither do any of them, because you just gave her the opportunity by blinding them for a second, and she drops down. They're kind of standing shoulder to shoulder, and the first thing that she does is she just smacks the fucking mole guy's head off to the side like a fucking backhand, and it literally just caves in his skull immediately, and he goes flying across the room, and the knife just drops like helplessly on the floor.
Mole guy was holding me, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do I get brain on me?
Maybe just a little bit. And when that happens, the rapier guy, who still has the rapier like lodged in your arm, she just grabs his hand that is holding onto the rapier, and then with a swift kick with her knee, just up into it, just shatters his wrist off of his arm. So the hand is now being clutched by her own, and she just drops it to the floor. So now the rapier is free. And she says, "So, what was that about you guys getting away with this child?"
I mean, I'm a teenager, but okay. No, I do not dare say that to Ozen.
Yeah.
But I will pick up that rapier and the knife if they're both on the floor now.
Right, yeah, you're essentially free right now, and
I'm gonna pick up their sweet-ass artifacts, like, these are mine now, thank you.
right. You can imagine that the suave guy, now with a fucking missing hand, is just kind of like on the ground, kind of convulsing a little bit, and like kind of doing that like backward scooch thing on his back, and the engineer girl is like kind of propping up the thick lady because of her leg situation, and they are just kind of like staring transfixed right there. And of course the mole-like guy is just a fucking stain on the wall at this point.
Oh my god, I want her backpack so bad. Kill her so I can have her backpack.
She says, she like casually strolls over to the thick lady and says, "I take it you're the one that attacked Nat's group, is that correct?" And the thick lady doesn't really say anything. She's just kind of like stunned by that. Do you guys do anything at this point?
I think Gil's just kind of in awe of like Ozen's fucking power.
Yeah.
If this is a lull in the action for a moment, he will start moving towards the door to block it if need be.
The whole door or the door? Because, well, actually, the doors are also just a big hole now because they were blown off their hinges by the trap.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Can you give me another quick layout?
So right now, Ozen is pretty much has just stepped down from the explodey hole and has taken out those two people who are, and the thick girl and the engineering girl are basically just standing right next to her. You guys, as in Gil and Ahi, are probably like 10 feet away, like probably closer to the center of the room at this point.
All right, fair enough. I have my razor silk extended all over the place from combat. I'll get it in a good position to essentially block the doorway, the actual doorway, if need be. It seems like the blown hole is covered substantially by Ozen.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just run over and stand next to Tom.
Okay. Yeah, Ozen actually whisks away Tom to get away from the hole and be like, go ahead and try and get that sword out of your arm. That looks like it hurts, little one.
If Gil is near me, I'm just gonna hold my arm out and be like, all right, I'm ready, just pull it out.
She actually, before you walk over, she's like, hold on one second. And she, grabs, so, the hilt is, pretty much all the way up to your arm, right? And, it's sticking all the way out on the other side. And so she, on the sharp, point of it, the part that's through, she just grabs it with her fingers and just, snaps it. So, you don't have to, pull the entire sword through.
All of a sudden, I'm flashing back to that wisdom that Gil gave at dinner, where I was like, that's dumb wisdom. The fish hook. I'll also hold my arm out to Gil, just pull it.
All right, just like first time my dad pulled a fish hook out of me, I'm gonna pull it out on 3, all right?
Okay, I'm
1,
ready.
2, and I just rip it out before I say 3.
I knew you were gonna do that! But do I, bleed everywhere, or am I just fine?
I mean, you're definitely bleeding, but it's, nothing, life-threatening.
Okay. I definitely am holding that sick-ass red knife in my other hand, though.
Nice.
Because I didn't want Ahi to get her ruby little fingers on it first.
Right.
Damn.
I earned this one.
Damn.
You know you were thinking about how to get it.
You don't know me.
I do know you.
You think Ahi would want a dagger over a thunder gun?
That's fair. But I'll just be kind of nursing my arm in the corner from this moment on.
All right,
Gotcha.
What's Ozen doing about these other two?
So she's just, after she snaps off the sword bit, so it's easy to come out, she just starts walking towards them. And let's say you guys quickly do that as she's walking over. And the engineering lady actually quickly tries to grab something out of her bag and throw it at Ozen, but like the blink of an eye, Ozen just, I would say, she does a crazy squat and just, fucking goes through that person, essentially, and, clotheslines her and basically just, snaps her neck, completely backwards as she, goes past her. And, as a result of that, she immediately dies, and now the buff lady with no support just kind of falls over, and that arm thing that's attached to her leg now is just kind of darting all over the place, not really knowing what to do. And Ozen stands over the thick lady, and then she looks up at you guys and says, "So, what do you three think should happen to this one? I'm curious to see where
Interrogate?
I'm curious to see where your morality scale lies.
I mean, interrogate. What important information would they have? They're just the bandits of the abyss, right?
I
They're
feel
just here
like,
to steal shit.
I mean, that's definitely what they seem to be, but I don't know. You could interrogate her and then kill her, just to be like really sure. They definitely came in here with a plan. They said that's her, or she's in here. Like they know who Ozen is.
Yeah, was their half-cooked plan to just kill her, or the hell was it?
It's something's not adding up. I say she should be interrogated.
Are you guys saying these things in character at all? Because Ozen would be listening.
Yeah.
That's my Tom voice.
Oh my god, I'm just making sure.
This is my Ahi voice.
No.
All right. I mean, yeah, I'll admit I was trying to kill them a few minutes ago, but that was when our lives were on the line. I think that situation has changed.
Okay. Well, Gil, I understand if you don't want to see them killed, we'll just have to. If you don't want to see them killed, we'll just have to respect that. We'll give you time to close your eyes.
I mean, I'm not saying don't kill her, just get information first, and then if she still seems kill-worthy, then go for it.
Do you have any input on this, lady?
Which one, Ozen or Buff Girl?
No, I know Ozen's name. I make
No one would dare address Ozen as a lady.
Yeah, I know, because if you had said that to her, she would probably be like, excuse you?
Excuse the fuck out of me?
Yeah, at this point, Ozen has kind of like stepped back and like let you guys kind of just like handle this a little bit, because she is like honestly curious to see like what you guys make of the whole situation. So the buff lady chimes in and says, "Oh, well, I can't say I've ever gone up against a white whistle, and you certainly live up to your name. Of course, our intention never was to kill you, but just to steal the artifacts that are in here. It looks like our plan was thwarted, obviously, but I've got no more ill will against you guys. I promise I'll take my leave and just get out of here." And the suave guy is like just kind of like in the corner of the room, just like clutching his arm at this point, and just like looking scared. So, and she says, if you'll just let me and him get out of here, I promise we'll never bother you at the secret camp again.
Oh, so this is just open and shut. They were just trying to rob you. All right, Ozen, you can do your thing.
Wait. Let's at least find out what happened to the rest of Nat's party first.
Oh, so you guys ran into Nat on your way down here?
Yeah, we passed him by.
I'm assuming he informed you of everything that he saw? So you know that this is most likely the woman to have caused all this devastation down in the fourth layer?
Yeah, she matches the description he gave us.
I would personally like to see what she has to say about what happened down there. What say you? And the the buff lady looks pretty scared at this, and she's like, not much happened down there. We managed to split them up, but they all got away. They're probably just down there hiding somewhere, but we left them be."
I know there really aren't like social skills like that.
Yeah,
like
you can.
D&D. Is this a notice or an investigate? If I want to judge her,
Yeah.
her intent.
So this would. Yeah. I think we did do when Lex was taking Abigail up. We did the same thing, an investigate roll to find out if he was like trying to steal gold and whatnot. That's what we did then. So
Now, how am I supposed to remember something that happened previously in my life?
I'm actually not even 100% sure if investigate was the role we used, but I think it's fitting now. So, yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to judge whether or not she's lying or telling the truth. Ozen is kind of just like standing there with her arms crossed right now, just kind of looking at you guys with a slightly raised eyebrow, like seeing what you guys make of it.
I'm going to go ahead and make eye contact with my two compatriots as if just like, what do you think? No, what do you think? You know, trying to get a, I don't know, trying to get a group investigate going here.
Yeah,
you want me to aid in your investigate, or you just want my opinion?
Well, I'd like us to do it as a group. I mean, if you don't pick up on the clue, I'll vocalize it, but...
So I can roll investigate because I have the highest, but I still say she might be hiding something. Should interrogate her, but how?
Yeah, I'll just give forward to Tom.
If Tom is going to do it, I'll give forward. I mean, the whole thing is like obviously numerically, like mathematically, it's best just to have Tom do it.
Yeah.
But if Tom wasn't going to do it, then I don't think it would be metagaming to have Tom make the investigate roll if Tom wasn't going to lead the investigate.
Well, even though I'm in crippling pain, I still have a very inquisitive mind and like care about the decision before us. Like, should we or should we not kill this woman? That is definitely like on the forefront of my mind.
That's all I was trying to ask.
Yeah.
So keep in mind for this specific role, and Ozen is kind of like egging this along. Like she's trying to see literally what you guys think of what she's saying because she's curious, like at your response to certain things. So the Buff Lady said that they had left the people alone down there, and Ozen is like waiting to see whether or not you believe that. So I think it's reasonable to assume that even Tom would like make this roll.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, if you want to, Tom can make the investigate roll with you guys adding +1 to that. As you guys like maybe deliberate just a little bit. Does that all sound good?
Yeah, I will say, I guess I could believe that they left Nat's group alone because clearly they figured fish to fry. They knew where Ozen's office is.
So with that investigate roll, like...
Also, not to be too nitpicky, I think an acceptable group investigate would just be us making eye contact with us and either like nodding or shaking our head. I don't think it has to be verbal. I don't think we have to have like a little powwow about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so with an investigate roll of 5, you can absolutely tell she is lying through her teeth. Like that is not the truth at all of what happened.
Oh no. She's lying.
Just not to take out of the moment yet again, but because Tom led that and we assisted, Tom would gain that insight, but we would not, or would we all gain that insight?
I think because you guys are doing it together as a group and like based on, those, even the nonverbal exchanges, like you can collectively agree that she is lying. So you all have this knowledge.
Okay, cool.
I'll still say she's lying for dramatic effect. Point with my injured arm shaking. Liar.
Yep. And Ozen says, yes, that's kind of what I got out of that response as well. So, you mind telling us what really happened? And at that point, she's kind of on the floor, with her hand, kind of propping her up. Ozen just stomps on her hand and just completely crushes it. And it's just gone now. Dude.
I'm going to say, excuse me, Ozen, before you decimate her, can I have her backpack?
Are you talking about the arm backpack?
Yeah, I'll say Dr. starts with a D. What is
Dina.
Dina.
it? Dr. Dina has one just like it, and I really like it. But if not, I understand. It's not a priority.
Why, of course. And she goes down and, like, just rips that off of the buff girl's leg and, like, chucks it over to Tom.
I am so fucking happy. Thank you, Ozan.
And
I'm never, ever letting this backpack go.
Wait, if we're calling dibs, I want those punchy things.
well, hold on now. I might have to do a quick little investigation of all these artifacts. They might actually belong to some of the delvers down there. And I would like to...
of course.
That's a good point. They probably all belong to Delvers.
Shit, you're right.
oh God, what's wrong with me? I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead and hold on to that one for now. I think you earned a little something out of this.
Thank you.
Don't worry. If it belongs to someone, I'll take the fall for that.
No. We can talk about it later. Let's deal with her first.
Now that she is like fully under control and unable to flee because of Ozan's presence, I'll gather my razor silk and move over to the living guy, because even though he looks fucked up, he might try to flee.
Yeah.
I'll just go. Is he standing or sitting?
He is, like, hunched against the corner of the room. So, like, he's on the ground.
All right, I'll go sit next to him.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Wait, you're like sitting like crisscross applesauce just next to him?
Yes.
Do you say anything to him or just, like, sit there with him?
Ugh. No, of course I don't say anything to him.
he just kind of, like, looks at you, and, I mean, he's obviously terrified, but he doesn't say anything. Like, he's just, like, also sitting there, and doesn't really attempt to, like, flee or anything. And, obviously, the buff girl's hand was just crushed, so she is still in quite a bit of pain, but you can tell she's kind of, like, she's taking it like a champ. Like, she just had her hand crushed, and she's, like, still holding it together. So, yeah. Ozan.
I nudge him in the side not like I don't stop the action, but as Ozan starts to do whatever she's about to do, I nudge him in the side and be like, "You got anything to add?"
He just, like, looks at you scared and, like, looks at the ground and, like, does a little tiny head shake. Like, no.
Fair enough.
And after crushing the girl's hand, Ozan says, "Is there anything else that you guys would like to pry? I'm curious to hear what happened to those delvers that you attacked down there. Are you going to tell us the truth right now?" And she says, "Well, I can't really say I know who all we got and who we didn't, but most of them got away. I'm not gonna lie to you anymore. This is the straight up truth. We did kill a couple of them, but most of them did get away." And as soon as she says that, Ozan just stomps on her other hand and says, "So you did end up killing some of them. Well, that is unfortunate to hear. I guess we'll find out who it is later on when the stragglers come back up, but... So what do you three think we should do with her? Once again, I'm curious to hear your judgment."
Well, she's not going to be any use, like, in jail, if we have jail taking up space. She's obviously a bad person. I don't want to say, yeah, let's murder, but, you know, she's not exactly contributing to our society.
Oh, my friend over here actually had a little something to add to that. He remembered some specifics. He might not be useless, right?
God, he looks at you, not like he expected you to not throw him under the bus, but he almost gives you like a little look of betrayal. Like you came over and like sat down with him, like to chill with him, and he was like, "Oh no, come on!" But he just like he doesn't even say anything. He just kind of like curls up a little bit more and is like shaking his head.
Come on!
I'm gonna kick the knife that I picked up across the floor to Ahi. She wants to use that to encourage him.
Oh, I don't need that type of thing to frighten people.
Well, it's already kicked, so.
Wait, whose knife is it?
His, I believe.
It was the rat light guys.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that was. Well, I guess I wouldn't know it was poisoned, but I just go ahead and tuck that in my belt real quick.
It's not what I was going for, but that's fair.
Come on now, you're not useless. Tell him what you have to say.
He says, in a sheepish voice, very unlike his suave demeanor before, and just says, "She's telling the truth. We did kill a couple of them, but like we said, we don't know any of the raiders, so we don't know who."
Surely a physical description.
He gives you like a description of who he thinks they are. You know, I don't have like every detail planned out, but yeah, he gives you one.
Ringing any bells?
And she says, "That sounds like a couple people I'm familiar with. Let's say it was like 3 people that they say they killed." And he's like, "I guess we'll send out a search party for the rest of the people down there. Hopefully they can make it back up on their own. But it's sad to say that we lost anyone to things other than the abyss. You think that coming down here, the only thing you would have to worry about is this incredibly dangerous murder hole, but no, it has to be people like this."
I mean, you know better than that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, how did you know where Ozen's office is?
It is pretty, like, just out of character. That is pretty obvious. Like,
is it?
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's like, even from outside the camp, you can see it's like 2 big grand doors at the very top of the seeker camp.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And, like, people know that Ozen, like, lives in the seeker camp usually, so.
Okay. Alright. Then I'll leave it alone.
So, now that I think we have all the information we need, what do you think we should do with this one?
This is your place. Your decision.
Once again, I'm just curious to see what you guys think. I'm not going to say that your decision will have any influence on what happens, but if you had to choose, what would it be?
I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I feel like I've seen enough people die in this room today.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, then close your eyes.
I'm not saying I want more people to be killed, but they're not exactly a productive member of our society. They're obviously a threat. We can't trust them to leave and not come back. So that leaves us with one option, I feel like.
I think I have a way to satisfy all of what you guys are thinking. And she picks up the lady and just chucks her out of the hole and launches her off, like, essentially over the side and, like, down into the abyss below.
That is possibly the most horrifying way I can think of to die.
It's like, here you go, Gil. No more people dying in this room.
She was so nice.
First.
Yeah, what a waste of artifacts.
Okay, in that sense, let's say she ripped off the backpack first before yeeting her, and
She definitely ripped off the backpack. Should we say she also took off the gauntlets?
Oh, I also said she fucking smashed both of her hands, so I'm not sure.
True.
What's done is done. What a waste of a perfectly good OP artifact.
I mean, we never know. God, what's the artificer's name?
Hogard.
Hogard. We never know. Hogard might be able to fix it up. He's a skilled man.
She's at the bottom of the abyss.
Let's say when
Did
she
not smash off of her hands.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you were implying, is that like she smashed them off of her hands and destroyed them.
Right, yeah. We'll say they're not completely crumpled up, but they are like pretty noticeably messed up.
Let's focus on what's really important. The fact that we're murdering people right now.
I mean, not well. Ozen, I really would have assumed you would know better. What if she catches herself on a limb down there? What if she survives the third layer and comes back up? I mean, come on.
You were saying this obviously in jest, right?
No, no, not in jest, but with all respects, yes.
I would argue you're not saying it with respect because you're Ahi.
No, she literally says the line "with all respect" afterward.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't change what she said or how she said it. She says the line "with all respect" afterwards.
All right. Well, okay. Let me. So I guess I should have been more specific when she fucking yeeted her out. You can imagine being picked up by your neck and being thrown with a force to launch you like 300 feet sideways. Just that throw probably would be enough to essentially kill you. Not to mention, she only has one functioning limb right now.
Listen, crazy things happen in nowhere. It's up to Ozen to protect her new home.
Yeah, I feel like it would more likely paralyze her than actually kill her, or at least right away.
Jesus Christ, guys. You have... I know there's the fucking like movie and video game trope of if you don't see them dead, then they're obviously alive, but like I'm trying to make this as clear cut as possible.
Well, I also see neck injuries every day, so like I don't know.
What about expects the worst as an aspect makes you think that I would assume this went right?
Oh, that is very in character.
You know what? Yep, that's fair. That is very fair. And Ozen responds to that. And you know what? I don't even think she does respond to that. She just kind of like raises an eyebrow up at you. And it's just like, really? Doesn't say anything. Just gives you that look. And doesn't say anything.
Listen, I'm not going to pretend it's not petrifying, but I still think what I think.
Okay,
so
cool.
So what about Mr. Suave guy over here?
Actually, right after she chucks the big lady out, you hear some footsteps come up, and you can tell that most of everyone that's in the Seeker camp is like kind of running up with Hoblog at the helm and Maruka kind of like trailing behind, looking cautious.
Oh my god, it took you long enough.
I mean, keep in mind that this, out of character was, or I guess, well, in universe was what, like maybe 5 minutes, if that. So
still though, if you're in the fight, it still would have felt longer.
Yeah.
I don't know about in Fate, but in D&D, a turn for everybody to go is 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's like not long.
Still though, when you're in the fight, it feels like slow-mo. And there's a hole in my arm, so I'm a little bit crabby.
That's fine. Tom, I'm sorry I even mentioned it.
So Hoblog sees what happens and is just like, holy shit. So in that sense, everything kind of calms down a little bit, and I assume you guys in tandem with Ozen kind of inform everyone what had happened, and Ozen doesn't kill the last Suave guy because she can tell that he definitely does not look like a threat right now. Like he is cowering in the corner, missing a hand, and maybe they actually can make use of him in some way, shape, or form, or at least send him up to the surface to say, hey, they captured one of them.
As they take him away, he gives him a thumbs up as if to say, good on you.
He says, you betrayed me! And
no, I saved your life.
That's true. You're welcome.
Well, is there anything specific that you want to like interact with the rest of the seeker camper Ozen with in relation to these bandit fuckos?
No, but I'd like to set up a time to speak with Ozen one-on-one one more time before we leave the seeker camp.
Oh no, we didn't finish our conversation from before, so
yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as like there's a lull, like Gil's gonna walk up to Ozen and be like, all right, you've had your fun, now can we finish our conversation now?
Yeah, so she actually like walks over to like the engineering girl's body and like picks her up and like chucks her over to the rest of the people in the camp, and it's like, go ahead and clean that up essentially, and like process all, like it looks like she has a lot of cool shit on her, so and she like scoops up the remains of the mouse-like guy, and just in the same way as the buff lady, just kind of like yeets him over the side. So, and tells the rest of the camp to go ahead and leave them again so they can finally finish the conversation. And it's a little less private now, considering there's 2 giant holes into this room, but you can tell there's definitely still no prying ears or anything like that. So she says, well, I am sorry about that distraction. So let's go ahead and carry on from where we were at. Now, where exactly were we again?
You're about to tell me where my son is.
Right.
Oh, Finn is your son?
Finn the human?
Yes, Finn. He was a very good-natured kid, I will give him that, and once again, incredibly skilled. He came through my seeker camp a number of times, and quickly became a black whistle by the time he was 18. He always talked about how he was writing letters to his family back out at sea, and as soon as Shiggy told me about a leathery seaman who wanted to get down to the bottom, but didn't seem to be interested in anything, I had a thought that you might be related to him in some way. Now I see you are indeed his father, so it's interesting that you've come all this way. Do you think you can save him?
I don't know if I can, but I'm damn well gonna try. Now, where is he?
Well, unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly where he is, but I do have a pretty good hunch. Finn was always very interested in the deeper parts of the abyss and what was actually going on with things like the force field and the true nature of what was going on here. And for better or for worse, one of our white whistles that we have has challenged that idea and taken it to the extreme. Personally, I have not seen him in quite some time, but rumors have come up from down below. The White Whistle Bondrude has been conducting experiments to try and tackle some of the deeper inner workings of the abyss itself, and Finn was very interested in this. The last time I saw him, he was on a ray to go down to Ida Front, the last bastion of hope to make it to the bottom of the abyss. It is essentially a large encampment, if you will, similar to this, but on a different scale, that is used to get down to the final layers. He was interested in what was going on down there, and what Bondred was actually up to. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of us up near the surface really know what he's doing. In my mind, he's always been a bit of a scoundrel. I imagine that when Finn got down there, Bondred would have taken a liking to him. Quite honestly, most everyone took a liking to Finn, as naive as he could be. And if I had to guess, Bondred is probably taking him in as one of his own. Whether or not that means he's working for Bondred or captured by Bondred, I don't know. I can't really say. But if you want my opinion on how to rescue your son, the first thing you'll have to do is make it there.
I'm just gonna turn back towards Hoblog.
He's not there. It's just the three of you.
Never mind. All right, I'll turn back to the others. Fuck. All right, let's get up there and get our blue whistles. I guess I got a lot of ground to cover.
Now, Gil, you know, we're going to be going that deep eventually as well. You don't have to go it alone.
Now, now let me tell you something interesting that you may not have heard of in the Abyss. It's only really known to the people that have dove down to the very recesses of the lower parts of the 4th and the 5th layer. But time moves a little bit differently down there. One time I went down there for what I thought was just a couple weeks. And when I came up, a few months had passed. And while it may have been about a year since I last saw Finn off, it probably hasn't been nearly as much time for him down there. This is a strange phenomenon, I know, but there's still a very good chance that he could still be very alive and well. So, I would say, don't give up yet.
So you're telling me all this. Does that mean you're going to help me?
And what would you have me do?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. I'm a man from the ocean that came here to this giant murder hole in the middle of nowhere to find my son. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, Gil, but if I were to help everyone that asked for it that came through here, I wouldn't have any time left for anything else. Quite honestly, I'd be booked up 5 times over. So, unfortunately, I can't say that I will help you in getting down there. I will assist in any way that I can while you are here, but I will not be going down with you.
Nick, out of character, is Bondrud's place, is like the location of it kind of common knowledge or at least easy to find?
No. So, like, when you start getting down to essentially the 4th layer and on, there are no more, quote, main paths. It is just all fucking freeform everywhere.
So, when she talks about Bondrud, do I have, like, any idea where that is?
You would know who Bondrud is, but you wouldn't... You might know that Idafront exists, but no, you would not know how to get to it.
Okay, then I'll say, could you maybe write down directions on, like, to guide us to get to Idafront easier, quicker, when we're at the right level, ready to get there?
She kind of thinks about it for a second and says, It's funny that you asked that, considering a map of that size, I'm not even sure I could put together. Once you get down to the 4th layer and beyond, it becomes very freeform, if you will. There are definitely rough maps of everything, but it's... people mostly navigate by feel once they get down there, if you get what I'm saying. I might be able to give...
no landmarks to guide us?
I can give you a rough map, yes, but I will not be able to give you a map that specifically tells you an exact path to follow. Let's put it that way.
Well, anything would help.
I suppose I could maybe put something like that together.
Thank you, Rosen.
Let's see if you guys go up, get your blue whistles, and make it back down. Maybe I'll have it ready by then.
I do have a question that's off topic.
In or out of character?
Oh, in character. That was Tom asking Ozen.
Yes?
Was that in character? One of those... what do we call it? Raiders? One of those raiders, they called you Mrs. Ozen. And it got me thinking, is Ozen your first name or your last name?
Yes.
Okay.
What is your... I'm sorry, but what is your last name, Tom?
You know, that feels like a real dumb question now. All right.
That out of character is just it's part of the abyss, I guess, because no one had last names in the show, so whatever.
All right. Well, I feel real dumb for asking now. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Obviously, in character, I would have known that her name is just Ozen.
Yeah.
That's the first thing the abyss takes from you.
It's your fucking last name.
Or first name, whichever.
Nobody knows.
All right, well, I don't know what you get from telling me all this. I don't know if it's just you getting off on watching people squander around, but whatever your intention, I appreciate it.
Let's just say that I took a pretty fond liking to Finn, as did most people around here, so I would like him to come out of the abyss less scathed. I wouldn't want to see him suffer down there.
All right, well, you better get working on that map quick, because we're going to be back here real soon.
She actually, gives a little bit of a smile to you and is thinking, so the next time you come down, are you going to be passing through the seeker camp?
You bet your bottom dollar we are. I want that map.
Sorry, I guess I should say, are you going to be going past the seeker camp?
Oh.
As in,
yes.
and she's wondering if you are going to just try and go down to the bottom from there, and skipping out on everything.
I guess so.
That's silly.
Because I could see Gil, and by extension, Ozen could definitely see Gil, just been all right, fuck it, let's go, and trying to get down there.
I mean, someone has done that before.
I will ask Ozen, I know you're not just gonna give it to us, but I know you have a lot of, artifacts here. Is there something we can do to, in your mind, earn an artifact that could help us on our way to rescue Finn?
That's not necessarily how things work around here, but if I see something that I think you guys could greatly benefit from, then maybe I could consider it. If you guys are actually going to try to go down and face Bondred, I pity the fool.
God damn it.
I might take some pity on you and maybe give you something a little bit more powerful to help you in your journey. But don't count on it.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Thanks, Ozen.
People have to earn their own way around here. If I just did everything for you, then what kind of a delver would you be?
I still don't quite love the way you say things, but no, that's fair.
Do you guys have any more questions for her specifically?
I don't.
Not in a group.
Ooh, are you going to try to come back one-on-one?
That's what I meant when I said I wanted to find a time to have a one-on-one chat with her.
Oh, yeah. If you guys...
Party one-on-one.
Yeah, if the others want to, like, leave, and you can just stick behind and ask her.
Oh, damn, I don't know if I want to make it that obvious.
I mean, no, Gil and I can leave, and I'll engage him in conversation. I was planning on it anyway.
We already know you're having, like, secret trysts with Ozen.
Yeah, but it just seems rude.
Since when does Ahi care about being rude?
Yeah, for real.
Listen,
I would imagine she would just look at us and say, "Get out."
Not playing Ahi, are you? Now get the fuck out of here.
I compel you.
There you go. Get those fate points back.
No, how about this? I just turn to go and I say, you ready, Gil?
Well, you can compel. I don't mind. I think it's time that we leave, but I stay seated.
Yeah, that's fine. When Tom says that, I'll get up and start walking out. But before I get to the door, I'll turn around real quick to Ozen. You said he talked about me and my wife and writing letters. Did it ever seem like he was mad at us or mad at me?
Not that I could tell. He always seemed fond of talking about his family back at home. And I will say that he did seem to regret leaving you in the way that he did, but he was also having a wonderful time down here, so he did not regret any of his actions.
All right, thanks. Just walk out with Tom.
Cool.
As we're heading down the stairs, I'll say to Gil, I won't ask why you lied at dinner about your son. I get it, but I want you to know we're with you all the way. We'll help you find Finn.
I appreciate that, little man, but I don't want you guys being put in any more danger than you need to be. Speaking of which, let's go get you like a Band-Aid or something for that arm.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just slowly bleeding all over the floor.
But if it was me down there, I would want to know someone's helping my dad come for me.
Well,
And
we
can just montage into the nurse's office.
Sounds good.
Oh, I do want to settle with Maruk whether or not I get to keep that backpack.
Dude, Ozen gave it to you, so it is yours.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Yep.
Just add that to my inventory.
Let's just say it is like a normal cave raiding looking backpack, but it has that arm on the inside that is like attached to it, and it like when you wear it, you can actually kind of feel a little bit of a connection to it, and you can almost like operate it telepathically.
Nice. I'm definitely playing with it like at dinner, trying to like put like a loaf of bread into my mouth, like with the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at that. You don't even need your old arm now.
I don't know. I won't lie. The new one is growing on me.
I think it's kind of funny how
Which
like
new one?
I think it's funny how you get the third arm and Gil with only one hand doesn't get it.
Oh shit! Gil, oh my god. I will give this to you. Do you want a third hand?
It's all good. I'm not good with technology.
Yeah, I'll like take it off and like push it across the table. Like, I'm so sorry, Gil.
I push it back to Tom. Hey, you. I think you definitely earned this one.
Thanks, Hill.
You're the one that keeps getting hurt.
It's true. Well, I'm just a little boy with a little nerd body. That makes sense.
You're the only one that doesn't consistently roll like 6s on their defense, so.
Yeah.
Nah, it's all good. All right, Ahi, what you got for me?
Well, I don't have anything for Nick Potter, do I?
So, Ahi, what do you have for me?
Much better. Well, I left realizing that really not much was said last time, just kind of vague guidance. So I thought this would be the best time to really nail down the specifics of what our arrangement is. First and foremost, if I'm gathering the pins, I need to know details on the pins. I want to know how exactly they function. I mean, clearly you have a lot of experience with them. No human would be as strong as you without them. So I need to know how they function. If it comes to it, could I use it on the way back to you and have it removed without destroying my physical body? And if there's anything else I'm not thinking of, I need details on those, or on that.
Hey guys, unfortunately during this part of the session, the audio cut out, so I'm just going to be filling in for Ahi's responses. And because Ian Dance refuses to do a character voice for her, I'm going to go ahead and add in my own. So this is now canonically what Ahi's voice sounds like. Ian Dance, you only have yourself to blame. Last time we did this, I was kind of beating myself up because I didn't go over specifics of what exactly her arms looked like. And if you remember from the show, they look fucking nasty. They're like gray and old and decrepit.
Yeah, I remember there being pins like pretty much everywhere. There's so many all over her body.
Yeah, it's like an absurd number that is like jammed into her arms. And
yeah, wasn't it like 120?
Yep, yeah. And counting, let's put it that way. So at the time of the show, and each one of those is supposed to give you the strength of 1,000 people. I mean, or so they say, but I mean, you can imagine like the kind of strength that she wields. So when she like shows it to you this time, like you actually get like a pretty good like look at her arm and what the pins look like and just how much they've taken a toll on her body. And it's never really explicitly stated in the anime like why she is living as old as she is, but it's kind of implied that the pins are kind of like keeping her going because they're making her like unbelievably strong, even though she's like fucking 90 years old or whatever. You can imagine like you take a little old grandma and then just give her like the strength of the Hulk. Like she's still old, but she's strong. Visually, like her arms and you can probably guess like the rest of her body other than her face is probably like pretty nasty looking. But, yeah, so she shows you the pins, and to explicitly answer your questions from before, getting in character. So, from my experiences with these pins, if you were to try to remove them from someone, it can be done, but the area in which they are removed receives lasting physical and essentially permanent damage, usually resulting in a loss of function of that particular area of the body. And while these pins can be inserted into various points, they do strengthen yourself overall, but they do have extra effects depending on where they're inserted. So if you were to get a single one, I'd say the best place to insert it would probably be somewhere on your back, to make you overall more strong. But keep in mind, if you were to do that, and the pin were to be removed, you would be pretty worse off and probably incapable of functioning.
But what if I get put into a life or death situation down there, and the only way that I can survive is by using one of the pins? Would you really rip it out of me then?
Let me put it this way, Ahi, and I know I was a little bit vague before in talking to Beltero, but to help answer your question here, once you go talk to Beltero and find a little bit more about your parents and understand what really happened, then you won't need these pins per se anymore. You will be very, very well off.
I mean, I don't really care about wealth or anything like that.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. You will be unstoppable.
Well, what exactly does that mean? Can you explain a little bit more?
I knew your mother, Ahi, and while I still say that Beltero should divulge this information more than I, as she was much better friends, but your mother was a force to be reckoned with, and there is a reason behind that. I see you do still carry her silk gloves, and by themselves right now, they are useful, yes, but they pale in comparison to what they could be used for.
I mean, can't you just tell me right now? I don't really care about mystery or intrigue or interesting storytelling. I just want to know now.
There has to be some mystery left over for the next session. Will Gill find out what actually happened to his son? Will Ahid figure out what the fuck Ozen is talking about? And same thing for Tom, really. All these questions and more will maybe be answered next time.